Hey, Darren, if you can hear me, you raise your hand. Okay. Darren and John, can y'all hear me in the boardroom? Brenda, can y'all hear me in the boardroom?
Luke, I don't know if it helps, but I can hear you.
Second.
Can y'all hear me in the boardroom? Okay, thanks. Hey, Darren, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me in the boardroom? Yes, no, wave your hands if you can hear me in the boardroom.
Okay, now you're unmuted.
He's saying I can hear him. Or would that not be?
Can you hear us now, Luke?
Yes, I can. Darren, I forwarded everything that you sent me. I forwarded to the members that are appearing via Zoom. So they should have everything that you emailed me.
Luke, can you hear me? This is Christian.
Yes,
Okay. And do we know who we have on that says Laura Sema? Is that someone to appear today?
I do not know who that is.
That's the pharmacist with the PDMP. She was just attending to watch. I guess it's on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Hey, Laura, can you find the YouTube and exit out of the Zoom? Sorry about that.
That's all
No,
right.
you're fine. We just wanted to check to see who she was.
Ready for our call to order? So calling to order this board meeting, present in person, we have Brian Jolly, Lynn Krause, I'm Becca Mitchell, we have a court reporter and a hearing officer, and then joining us via Zoom, we have Ms. Carol Rader, Ms. Amy Moore, Debbie Mack, Lenore Newsome, newly married Rodney Richmond. Did I miss anybody? I think I got it.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Christian Harris. I'm your hearing officer this morning. I'm an assistant attorney general in the office of Leslie Rutledge, the Arkansas Attorney General. And let's call the first case. This is before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It's August 9th, about 9 o'clock in the morning. We're at the State Board of Pharmacy offices and on the line. This is case number 2020-116 in the matter of Allison Flaherty, pharmacy intern 22-626, and Mr. Jeff Patterman, PD 06178. The Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy has set a hearing for today concerning the matter specified in this order and notice of hearing. Like I said, I'm Christian Harris, the hearing officer this morning. I understand that Ms. Flaherty and Mr. Patterman are represented by the counsel, Mr. Deona Quinn. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Counsel, would you introduce yourself and your client for the record, please?
My name is Deona Quinn, and I'm here today on behalf of Jeff Patterman and Allison Flaherty.
Very good. And the respondents received a copy of the order and notice of hearing, sir.
He did.
All right. Counsel for the state, would you, I know you're online, would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Very good. All right, so at the outset of the hearing, we always do this. I'm going to explain some things for the parties present, and everybody that's online, and all the witnesses present, and for our board members, of course, and anybody else that hasn't perhaps appeared before an administrative hearing proceeding before. Number one, the board is going to base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today before the board. This includes sworn testimony and other evidence which may be admitted. Number two, this hearing is held pursuant to the the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. That means that the strict rules of evidence that you would encounter in circuit court don't apply. I have a lot of latitude and can introduce, allow introduction of evidence that might not be allowed in a more formal hearing before an actual judge. For example, I'm being allowed hearsay statements and documents that are photocopies of documents and things like that to be introduced. And I understand that we have some documents to be introduced here, and we'll get to that in a second. To encourage the efficiency of the hearing, I can grant objections or caution the parties as the hearing proceeds. I know we're all going to be on our best behavior today, especially since we're online, of course. On the subject of efficiency, this is Bonnie, our court reporter. Everything that we say is being typed up by Bonnie. It's going to be made the official record of this case. That's going to last in perpetuity, including if this case goes on to a court for challenge. Everything we say is being typed up by Bonnie, and for that reason, and I'll try to police myself on this as much as anybody else because I like to talk fast. When you speak, try to talk slowly, especially if you have a mask on. Enunciate your words, be real careful with it. That way Bonnie we don't have any ambiguities in the record. And please don't talk over one another. Oftentimes we'll have a desire to respond to something that someone has said, either to hold that impulse in check and wait until it's your turn to talk. Number three, the board members themselves here and online don't know anything about this case except what appears in the order and notice of hearing. And for that reason, if there's anything you want submitted to the staff, or that the staff has in its possession, or you have in your possession that you want the board to consider in this case, it will have to be offered into evidence here today, or else it won't be considered. And if at any time you have any questions or objections about the proceedings, tell me about it and we'll address it. And also, finally, these proceedings are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and that means all parts of this hearing and deliberations of the board are open to the public. Okay, Ms. Bonnie, those of you who are going to be witnesses in this matter, would you please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
I do.
Thank you.
I understand we have a packet of exhibits. The counsel for the state, do you have any exhibits that you want to move and to be introduced at this time?
Yes, thank you. At this time, I would ask you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and Arkansas board rules and regulations, and would move to enter exhibits 1 through 7 into the record at this time. I have provided those exhibits to Mr. O'Quinn.
So notice, and those will be admitted. Mr. O'Quinn, do you have some documents that you would like to admit at this time?
I do. I have a package of documents that will introduce Flaherty exhibit number 1 that consists of character letters, some text messages, some court docketing systems, a divorce decree, and things such as that we'll explain as we go forward. And then also on behalf of Dr. Patterman, his exhibit 1 will be a package of character letters.
Those will be admitted at this time. Counsel for the state, are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Mr. O'Quinn, are you ready to proceed?
I am with one.
Yes, I was going to say, normally we do opening statements. I understand Mr. O'Quinn has a constitutional objection that he needs to get into the record at the outset. So why don't we get that taken care of, and then you can tell me if you want to have an opening statement. Go ahead, Mr. O'Quinn.
Well, just briefly, and I realize the board doesn't rule on this, but I need to put it into the record. But this action is based upon an allegation of illegal access to the prescription drug monitoring program, PDMP. And this is no disrespect to Mr. Daniel, because he's going by his interpretation of the law. And if his interpretation is correct, then what that does is it denies us due process and equal protection of the laws, because we're not able to get the PD records that we need to go over to address the allegations in more detail. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. And so for those reasons, we say it violates United States and Arkansas Constitution's due process, equal protection, and the confrontation clause. Also, it's hearsay to have a witness come in and talk about a document that we can't see and review and go over in detail before this hearing, and see if we have the right to cross-examine those matters that are in that document. So it violates those laws as well as the Arkansas Administrative Procedure Act, the right for a fair hearing, and just basic fundamental fairness. They're using this document as a sword to prosecute these two practitioners, but then again, they're using it as a shield when we want to see it. So we can't see it, and we can't cross-examine it, we can't inquire about it. So that's my objection for the record. I appreciate it.
Very good, Mr. O'Quinn. Mr. Daniel, you're familiar with the rules here about the constitutional objections in the board. I'm sure on any response necessary.
Just very briefly, Mr. O'Quinn has asked specific questions about the documentation relating to his clients, and I have given him that information. So he's not like he does not have that information. The other stuff for the PDMP that was accessed through a subpoena by the Board of Pharmacy is other patient information from that pharmacy that's not relevant to this hearing. Mr. Quinn has been given, he has asked specific questions about times, about what was looked up, who looked it up. All those questions have been answered. So he's making it sound like he doesn't have this information when he does have it. But if he's asking about the constitutionality, that's for courts, and that's to take it with the courts and or the legislature. We would just ask that he's made that objection for the record. We would just ask to move on to the hearing.
Very good, and I'll show that motion is denied for the record. And I believe that takes care of your concern, Mr. O'Quinn, about preservation. Council, both council, any need for an opening statement?
Just very brief, just for the board. This was, the board received a complaint from a patient that her information had been illegally accessed on the PDMP, and that information had been shared. That person is here today. You will hear her testify. You will also hear her son testify. Her son, just the little background, her son was previously married to Miss Flaherty. The person who stated that her PDMP information was illegally accessed is Miss Flaherty's former mother-in-law. So they are both here today. You will hear from them. You will hear from Dr. Turpin, who is here, Jamie Turpin. She is the director of the PDMP, and you will hear her testify about when and how this information was accessed.
Thank you. Mr. O'Quinn, any opening statements?
Just briefly, I think the timeline in this case is going to be important. Ms. Flaherty was a P1 student at the time of these allegations. About 3 years ago is when this happened. And at that time, she was married to the complainant's son. They since, well after this, started a divorce proceeding and gone into a custody battle and different things. At the time, she was married to the complainant's son. So the timeline is going to be very important as we go through that. And then also, there was evidently, we don't have the document, so I'm assuming there was access to the complainant's PDMP records, and that occurred on June the 17th, 2018. Like I said, about over 3 years ago. And she made the complaint 30 months later, between the access and the time that she complained in October 17th, 2020. So she waited 30 months, essentially, maybe 28, around in there. And that's even though she said she learned in March of 2019, which was 10 months after the PDMP alleged access. 10 months after that, her complaint that she made 30 months after that, states that, Allison had violated my HIPAA, through comments that were said. That's kind of the sum of the complaint, that's a quote. And so from the time the DMP was allegedly accessed in June 17, 2018 to March 2019 is 10 months, and then March 2019 to the time she actually filed a formal complaint on a Saturday in this matter was October the 17th, 2020. In between that March 2019 date and the October 2020 date, when the complaint was made, that's when the divorce proceedings started. That's when the custody battle started. There's a lot of things. But it's important to note that all of that occurred well after this happened. So at the time this happened, there wasn't any the family chaos, if I'll put it, going on. So there's no motivation for Ashley Flaherty to access Miss Deona Helms's, maybe we need to call her DA, but Miss DA's medical records or PDMP. If she wanted to access, if she had some clairvoyant power that she was going to need to get some evidence for a custody battle that hadn't happened until years later, then she probably would have accessed her husband's records, Zach, who's here today, also with his mother. So it makes no sense, and both of these people, Dr. Patterman's practiced about 48 years. His pharmacy has never really had any issues. I think there was one continuing education issue a while back that was cleared up, but he's practiced good pharmacy for almost 50 years now. At the time, Ms. Flaherty was a P1 student. She didn't know how the DMP worked. She didn't have credentials to get into it. She didn't know anything about it. It's not alleged that she got into it. I don't believe it's alleged. So what we have really, and there's some testimony or some phone calls saying this, it's a weird coincidence. A weird coincidence happened while Ms. Flaherty was at the pharmacy on Sunday with Dr. Patterman. And a weird coincidence or innuendo or speculation, that's not evidence. That's not substantial evidence and sufficient evidence to convict them of violating the Pharmacy Practices Act. And not only that, making the...
I object to him making arguments. This is an opening statement. He'll have plenty of time at the end to make his arguments.
Not only that,
Go ahead, Mr.
not only that is that having comments that they're guilty of a felony. So this is a serious matter for them, and it's the state's burden of proof to prove this matter. They don't have to testify at all or offer any evidence. The state has to prove their case by preponderance of the evidence. And I'm saying that the evidence is going to show that they're not able to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Mr. Daniel, any opening statement?
I gave my short one before Mr. O'Quinn. I'm ready to call witness.
My mistake. All right, State, call your first, please.
The state calls Deputy Director Brenda McCrady. Dr. McCrady, would you please unmute yourself? You were sworn in earlier, correct?
That's correct.
We'll slip up, the order notes the hearing, those exhibits. There's no issue with the proof of service. They are here today. Mr. Quinn stated they did receive notice of this. His letters of representation are in there. We'll move over to Exhibit 4, which is the complaint. And this was, you received this complaint on October 17th, 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And all the complaints come to you. You oversee those complaints and those investigations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this complaint, and this was from she's here to testify. So, but this was from a Deona Elms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And just briefly, in this complaint, she just stated that her information, her private medical information had been accessed from, and she stated that it had been done by Allison Flaherty, who was her former daughter-in-law. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And like I said, she can get into more details of that. We'll skip over to Exhibit 5, which is the pharmacy schedule. And you got this from Walmart, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on this day, it does show the only pharmacist working was Jeff Patterman.
That is correct.
And we'll look over at Exhibit 7. This was an email from Walmart that stated, and I'm looking down at the middle of the page, it stated the pharmacist on schedule that day was Jeff Patterman, and also intern working that day was Allison Flaherty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 6, I have redacted the medication, but this is you asked for for Miss Elms, you asked for her a pharmacy record there just to see when prescriptions have been filled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the only prescription that Walmart shows that they'd ever filled was on August the 5th of 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was over a year after her information was accessed through the PDMP.
Yes.
Nothing further for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Dr. McCrady, good morning.
Morning.
Now, these alleged access happened 3 years ago, correct?
That's correct.
And the complaint that you initially got from Ms. DH was that that's an exhibit 4 to the board records, correct?
That's correct.
And I want to read the complaint into the record and ask you a question. Allison Yates, at the time, since she has since changed her name back to Flaherty, was working at the pharmacy in Clarksville, Walmart. I did not use Walmart for my pharmacy. In March 2019, I realized she had violated my HIPAA through comments that were said. Did you get any more detail about what comments were said?
I believe there was some information regarding a discussion of her medications and what she was taking.
And she didn't say someone had accessed her PDMP at that time. She said that someone had violated her HIPAA rights.
That is correct.
And then looking into this, I guess the board subpoenaed the PDMP records to, well, let's see what was going on, if there was anything there with accessing this lady's records.
She was not a patient there, so we did check to see if her records had been accessed at that pharmacy, which they had.
Then she said, I called the pharmacy at Clarksville Walmart and talked to the manager, Joey Hawkins, and told him what had happened. Now this is I believe, she said in March 2019, so that this complaint is 20 months after that March 2019 date that she's talking about where she learned her HIPAA was violated.
I think you said that, yes, sir.
And she said she told the manager, Joey Hawkins, at the Walmart, but that he told her that he would take care of it. But 2 months later, I found out that Joey and Allison were having an affair. So he did nothing about it. My son, who is Allison's ex-husband, has since told me that Allison did violate my HIPAA rights and even told him what medications I was taking at the time. Do you have anything else to add to the facts that the complainant added there in the complaint?
I don't have anything, we don't add anything to complaints, we take them like they come in.
So, did you know at the time she filed this Exhibit 4 complaint on Saturday, October 17th, 2020, that her son had just been served with divorce papers that a week or two before?
I would have no knowledge of that. It was 2019.
So her motivation in making a complaint some 20 months later is really.
I object. That's also speculation.
Go ahead.
Her motivation for filing a complaint some 20 months later, saying her HIPAA rights were violated in March of 2019 is really of no consequence to the board.
I don't know what her motive was. I just know that she complained that her rights had been violated.
So you took that complaint and you sent a subpoena for the PDMP records about this alleged access, correct?
That is correct.
And the Arkansas Department of Health PDMP program sent you those records?
They did.
And can I have a copy of those records to review that?
I believe the attorney was giving me the information that's in those records. I'm not allowed by law to.
You're assuming that he's giving me all the information that's in those records, but you don't know that, do you?
Based on my conversations with the attorney, you have access to those records.
Do I have physical access? Can I see those records here today?
That question has been answered. That question has been asked and answered. He's already made his objection. Can we move on?
I'm just trying to establish that I'm not getting those records here today.
And you've already established that when you made your objection this morning. Dr. McCrady has answered that question. You've asked it 3 times. She's given an answer to it. Can we please move on?
I'm asking her, is she following your advice and refusing to give the records? If that's so, that's fine. I can move on. I'm trying to put it in the record book. So can I have those records?
I'm not allowed by law to give you those records as I have asked, answered. If you have asked and I've answered, I cannot give you those records.
But you have a copy of those records to review and prepare for this.
I
hearing.
legally have access to those records.
Now, have you read the regulations regarding the prescription drug monitoring program promulgated by the Arkansas Department of Health?
I have read them, but I cannot quote them to you.
Is it your understanding that a pharmacist can share information with an intern if it's within the scope of pharmaceutical care? In other words, they're working together and there's a need to share information. Is that illegal in your mind?
I would defer to Dr. Turpin for that question.
And she's been subpoenaed here from the Arkansas Department of Health, correct?
That's correct.
She has. She is here to be called as a witness.
Now, this complaint talks about a HIPAA violation, not a PDMP violation. Did y'all investigate the HIPAA violation?
It is our understanding that she discussed, based on the complaint, she discussed her mother-in-law's medications with another person, which would violate her HIPAA rights.
Now, let me ask, did y'all give her a letter of warning and close the matter October 30th, 2020?
She received a letter of warning, and at that point, we did not have full information about her access to the community.
Well, talking about HIPAA violations, let me ask you about that. If she goes over to Miss Yates' house, her mother-in-law, and her small son is there, and Miss DH discusses as a family matter her medications, or she discusses with me, Miss DH, about medications being out, that's not a HIPAA violation, is it?
I don't know that happened. I can't speculate on it.
And if she takes that information that she learned personally from her mother-in-law, because her mother-in-law volunteered it to her, and she goes and tells her husband, Zach, that, hey, your mother's on these medications, or your mother's leaving these medications out, is that a HIPAA violation?
I can't speculate.
Mr. Harris, again, I object to this. Dr. McCrady is not an expert in HIPAA violations. She is here as the Deputy Director of the Board of Pharmacy. HIPAA violations are investigated by the Department of Health. This is out of her purview of expertise, and Mr. O'Quinn is asking her for a legal, for a legal answer that she is not qualified to give.
I'm just asking her as a pharmacist and as a regulatory agent of this state, if she knows what a HIPAA violation is, but if she doesn't, that's fine.
I would just ask to move on. These questions are not even close to being relevant, and they're outside of her expertise area. She and Dr. O'Quinn could have had somebody here that could answer those legal questions, and to my knowledge, he hasn't.
I don't need to have anybody here, Mr. Daniel, to answer anything, because I don't have any burden of proof, and this is your witness that you presented to say these people.
You're asking her questions outside of her area of expertise. So I'm asking Mr. Harris, I'm objecting to that.
If she's not competent to testify to this area, then she said she's not, and I'll take that, that's fine. I'm just asking.
And that's the answer, is it not?
My answer is that as a licensed pharmacist, I do know what HIPAA is, and I do understand it. I am not an expert on it, and I cannot testify.
All right, having had that answer, let's move on.
Now, do you know if it was improper for Allison to speak with Dr. Patterman about information that she learned from her mother-in-law? Is that a violation of pharmacy law that you know about?
I'm here to testify about the fact that the PMP was accessed in that pharmacy when they were there, and Miss Elms was not a patient of that pharmacy when it was accessed.
And you have no evidence that Allison Flaherty accessed that, correct?
I will let Mr. Daniel get into that evidence at a point. I have no evidence about what went on in her kitchen.
Well, I'm asking you because you're the board's witness, and you're here saying that someone's violated the PDMP, I assume.
I will refer to Mr. Daniel and his.
Mr. Daniels cannot testify. You're the witness. He's not.
To the best of my
attorneys don't
knowledge,
testify.
the PDMP was accessed at the pharmacy where Ms. Flaherty and Dr. Patterman were working. There were no prescriptions on file for that patient, and there was therefore no reason for those records to be accessed at that store. At that time, Ms. Flaherty's information was also accessed.
Do you have, listen to my question, Cam. Do you have any evidence that Allison Flaherty accessed either of those PDMPs?
Someone in the pharmacy accessed those records.
Do you have any evidence that she did? That's my question.
My answer was, I have evidence that someone in that pharmacy accessed those records.
You're just not going to answer the question.
I've answered the questions. That's my rule.
Do you have any evidence that?
This has been asked and answered 5 times. Can we,
She's
I
not
mean,
answering, Your Honor. She said she's not going to answer. She's asking a different question.
she has answered the question to the best of her knowledge. She knows what was accessed.
Someone accessed it. She's got evidence that Ms. Flaherty accessed it, and she won't answer the question.
Also stand the objection this time, Mr. Ball.
Now, is there anything illegal about Ms. Flaherty accessing her own records under the PDMP?
Again, this would be a question for Dr. Turpin, who is here. She is the expert on the PDMP as the director. That is a question that she can better answer.
Okay, I'll say the question for her. Now you do know, don't you, that you don't have to have a prescription to access a PDMP. You know that, don't you?
You have to have a valid reason to access the PDMP.
And I said you don't have to have a prescription. You have to have a valid reason.
You asked me if you had to have a prescription. I said you had to have a valid reason.
Okay, does that mean you have to have a prescription, or can you have a reason outside of a?
You have to have a patient relationship.
So if a patient walks up to the pharmacist and is talking about transferring a prescription, or can they fill the prescription there or something like that, then the pharmacist has no ability to access the PDMP at that point?
I'm not going to speculate about what if something happened in the pharmacy. I don't.
Okay, so that's Dr. Turpin. Did you know that 1 month before this access of the PDMP in October, June the 17th of 2018, did you know that 1 month before that, that Walmart had instituted a new policy for their pharmacists on situations where they should access the PDMP?
I don't work for Walmart, so I'm doing it pharmacy.
In your experience, with Walmart institute a policy that's in violation of the PDMP law?
Again, I don't work for Walmart, so I can't say.
I think that's all I have. I appreciate your time.
Brief follow-up, if I might, Mr. Harris. You received, Dr. McCrady, you received this complaint and did what you do on any complaint. You investigated it.
That is correct.
And the board sent that letter about a HIPAA violation prior to finding out that that the PDMP had been accessed.
That is correct.
And so once the board had that information about the PDMP being accessed, then it continued on with this investigation and filed the case, and that's why we're here today.
That's correct.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, let's entertain questions from the board. Any comments from any board member? Be sure to identify yourself for the record, of course. Go ahead, you're right, Dennis.
Lynn Kraus, and forgive me if I missed this, but Joey Hall, is he a pharmacist?
Yes, it is.
Does he work at the same, I guess he works at the same Walmart?
I believe he did at that time. I don't think he does it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any board member? All right, hearing none, Mr. Daniel, call your second, please.
Yeah, the state calls Dr. Jamie Turpin. She is appearing via Zoom.
Yes, sir, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Turpin, you were sworn in earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just said you are, what is your job title?
I'm the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program Administrator here at the Arkansas Department of Health.
And I know almost everybody on here is familiar with what that is and what you do, but just for the record, will you just briefly explain, just for record purposes, just what the PDMP is and what you do there?
Sure. Back in 2011, Act 304 was mandated for the Department of Health to establish a prescription drug monitoring program. What that is a data repository of all the controlled substance dispensations done by pharmacies in the state of Arkansas or outside of the state of Arkansas, mailing into an Arkansas resident. We will compile all of that into a database and a web portal to allow authorized users to access. Is that enough, or should I elaborate more?
Who would be authorized users?
Prescribers, pharmacists, professional licensing board, law enforcement, whatever's mandated by law.
Okay. And as that goes by law, healthcare workers, it's not uncommon for, if a pharmacist gets a controlled prescription, they look through it just to check that patient's record before they dispense it. That's common practice.
It's used there to determine whether a prescription is necessary and there's no duplicate therapies. So yes, I would say that is.
Okay, and you received a subpoena from a board staff, and actually the board has to send you a subpoena to get this information. Is that correct?
The query reports, yes, they did.
And it is there are several laws in statute about what information can be released, and there's actually criminal penalties if it's released with if it's illegally accessed and then released with malice. There are actually criminal penalties. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes, it's within our statute.
Okay, so when you received this subpoena from the board and you were asked for information on a certain patient, Miss Elms, who is here, the subpoena asked for her to show the PDMP access to her patient profile. Was that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you provided that information to the board, and that information shows that it was requested by Jeff Patterman. Is that correct?
Well, there's two reports. There's one of who accessed Miss Elms, and then one that shows anyone that Jeff Patterman accessed in a set time period. So it depends on which report you're asking for.
Okay, so the one that shows Miss Elms, her information was accessed. Who was that accessed by?
I do see a Jeff Patterman as one of the users that accessed her information.
And how do you know it was him, or how do you, when it shows up as Jeff Patterman, like how would it show up as that? Like what has to be done to access it?
You have to register an account with the PDMP that has been reviewed by us over here, and then his account is approved. To search the PDMP, he would have to log into the website. So get into a web portal, go to arkansas.pmpaware.net, log in with his username and password, and then go to where you would search for patient requests. Put in a first name, a last name, and a date of birth, and then a date range. And then there's also the options to check either other states, like surrounding states, the ones that we shared data with at that time.
Okay, so this has to be done. And there's another way, and they worked at Walmart. So there are, I guess, two different ways that information can be accessed. Is that correct?
Correct. There's through the web portal, we call that Aware. And then there's also the integrated system called the Gateway. The integrated system will actually go into the pharmacy dispensing software as kind of a one-touch or one-click option, and it'll pop up the report generated in that sense. So they don't have to log into a web page.
Okay, so like if they were filling a prescription through Walmart's system, they could just check it real quick before they filled and dispensed that prescription?
I don't know how it's laid out in Walmart software, but that would be typically how I would see it in an integrated
That's
system.
just kind of the general idea of you can just check it for your own software
Through
for
their
ease.
dispensing.
Okay. And
Or from the
how
patient
was,
profile.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Or it could either be through the dispensing or they may have an option on the patient profile. I don't know how that looks on Walmart's end.
Okay, and how was Deona Elms's records, how were they accessed?
Through the Aware web portal, the one where you have to go to a web page and log in and then put in first name, last name, and date of birth.
Okay, so you'd have to, so first you'd have to log in with that prescriber or pharmacist would have to log in with their information to get into it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then have to know the name, first and last, and a date of birth if they wanted to look up.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's how it was done. That's how
Yes,
Deona
sir.
Elms's information was looked up.
On June 17th, yes, sir.
Okay. And on that same day, we also asked to see what Jeff Patterman's ID had looked up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so there were two other people. One of them is a patient of the pharmacy, and I won't say her name for privacy records, but she was let's just say she was a legitimate prescription. Also looked up that same day was Allison Flaherty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was also, and I'm looking, it was also looked up and looking at the time frame. There was a patient looked up on that date. Let's see, where's the patient looked up on that date at 3:40 or 3:42. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Allison, first it was Allison, Frantzen, Frantzen, looked up 2 times at 3:49. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Allison Flaherty was looked up at 3:49 again.
Yes.
And Deona Elms was looked up at 3:50, all
Yes, sir.
on June 17th of 2018, correct?
That is correct.
And this information on this day was what all that Jeff Patterman's ID was used to look at through logging in manually, correct?
Correct. It was Jeff Patterman's account through the Aware system. Yes, sir.
And again, so somebody would have to know first the other patient's name, first, last name, date of birth, and then Allison Franzen's and Allison Flaherty's, and her date of birth would have to be entered also.
Yes, those would both have to be used, or for both the Flaherty and the Franzen.
That's all I have for Dr. Turpin.
Thank you, counsel. Was there a quick cross?
Yes. Good morning, Dr. Turpin.
Morning.
Yeah, you received the board, can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's just at a distance. So I'm going to watch. If I have questions on what you ask, I'll ask you to repeat.
I don't need this computer. Okay, I don't need to. All right, I'm not going to. Dr. Turpin, you received a subpoena from the board for these records regarding the prescription drug monitoring program, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you printed out those records and sent them to the board, correct?
I sent them encrypted electronically.
And do you have those records with you today?
Yes, yes, I do. I have a copy in front of me.
And I'll ask you the same questions for the record as Dr. McCrady. Can I have a copy of those?
From me?
Yes, can you email me a copy of those?
I'm not legally able to just give those out. No, sir.
Even to people who've been accused of violating the PDMP system, you're not able to give them that evidence to review, correct?
You can subpoena me and we will review that and see what's capable and what's not, but I just can't hand that out. No, sir. It's patient health information.
Is there any prohibition that you know of the board giving me those records that you sent to the board that they subpoenaed?
Any prohibition? I missed some of that.
Is there any regulation or law against the board giving me the PDMP records that you sent to the board pursuant to their subpoena that I've requested for this hearing?
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I can't speak on that.
But you can't give me the records, correct?
Not just asking me like this, no, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously, you've read the regulations pertaining to the prescription drug monitoring program promulgated by the Arkansas Department of Health.
The rules or the statute, or both?
The rules and the statute. I'm asking.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with them.
And I want to turn your attention to page 14 of the rules. Do you have those?
We can pull them up.
Yeah.
Healthy.arkansas.gov.
So, and for the record, I'm referring to the rules pertaining to the Arkansas Prescription Drug Monitoring Program. Promulgated by the Arkansas Department of Health.
You give us a minute, we'll pull it up. It's posted on our website. That won't take us but a second. Rules.
You go to section 7, it's around page 13, 14, and 15.
Here we go. That one. You just have to. You said page 14?
I did pause for a minute.
I can make a copy of that, but really the 3 pages that I'm going to talk to, or I can make the whole thing, it's not that long. Just pause and make a copy, that might be there.
Any objection to that, Mr. Dan?
I'm sorry.
You got any objection to that for the board members to be provided a copy of these links?
No, I mean, these are rules and statutes that are part of Arkansas law. I have no objection.
Okay, I'm in section 7.
Steve, can you go first, sir?
Yes, we'll shut up, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. And Dr. Turpin?
Yes,
This
sir.
is the hearing officer. I know you're like me, like that you talk very fast and you have a soft voice. Just speak up a little bit and slow down just a little bit, and I think that'll help the board members.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right, now you should be able to hear.
We'll have just a minute to let our other board members get back. Mr. Daniel, I have emailed you those 2 pages that were mentioned, and we're in the process of scanning the entire document to you as well.
Thank you.
Debbie, are you back with us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, Dr. Newsom.
Let's go back into session. We'll do a quick roll call. Before we go back in session, we have Ms. Mitchell, right here, present. Ms. Kraus.
Right here.
Let's see, Ms. Newsom. Mr. Jolly. Here. Mr. Richmond. Ms. Matt. Okay. Ms. Rayner.
Richmond's here. I see him. He's just
Here.
muted.
Got it. Ms. Rayner.
Here.
Then there's the score. Still missing anybody?
Waiting on Dr. Newsom. Don't see her on yet.
There we go.
I'm present.
Okay, welcome back. We'll go back into, go back on the record. Mr. Quinn, I believe, was here with us.
Dr. Turpin, do you have the rules that we've been discussing in front of you now?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and these rules are pertaining to the prescription drug monitoring program in Arkansas, and they're available on your website. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to introduce those as Exhibit 2 to Dr. Patterman's presentation.
No objection.
Just to give a landmark, Dr. Turpin, pages 14 and 15, I want to ask you about, but the page right before page 13 shows where this starts section 7 of these rules, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that governs providing prescription monitoring information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, page 14 at the bottom, under little b, it says the department shall provide information in the prescription drug monitoring program upon request and at no cost only to the following persons. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And then the next page, page 15, 1, capital A says, a person authorized to prescribe or dispense controlled substances, that would be a pharmacist, correct?
To dispense, yes.
Okay, for the purposes of providing medical or pharmaceutical care, correct?
That's what I'm reading.
And then for his or her patients, or for reviewing information regarding prescriptions that are reported as having been issued or dispensed by the prescriber. Did I read the requester? Did I read that correct?
That have been issued or dispensed by the requester? Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so a pharmacist licensed in Arkansas can ask for information from the PDMP program if they're involved in pharmaceutical care, correct?
Ask a patient, ask about what? I didn't catch all that.
If they're involved with pharmaceutical care for his or her patient.
That's how I interpret 1A, yes.
Okay. And have you ever read Regulation 9 of the Board of Pharmacy Regulations to determine what pharmaceutical care, how that term is defined?
I'm not familiar off the top of my head on that one. I'd need a review.
You know, if pharmaceutical care requires the actual dispensing of a prescription. In other words, the testimony was Dr. McCrady didn't know and that you would know. So I'm asking you, do you have to actually be dispensing a prescription to look into the PDMP?
It doesn't mention dispensing in that regulation. The rule right there. I'm not familiar with Regulation 9. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, well, the board's familiar with that and then we'll move on. But you're in agreement that as long as the pharmacist is looking into the PDMP for pharmaceutical care, even if they're not dispensing a prescription, that's no violation of the law as you see it, correct?
Or according to the rule, it would be for his or her patient.
Now, go to subdivision 2, right below that. And it says a patient who requests his or her own prescription monitoring information. So a patient can request their own information. Is that right?
We have a
Mr. Harris,
process.
Mr. Harris, I would object to this. He is asking Dr. Turpin to interpret regulations and interpret statutory law. That's not her job. If he wants an interpretation, it's not her job to interpret statutory and regulatory law. PDMP falls under the Department of Health. They have attorneys. The Attorney General has attorneys that can give their opinion on, the interpretation of a law. He can ask for that. Ms. Turpin is not qualified to interpret this law, and he's asking her to do that. She is the director of the PDMP, and she oversees that. She has to follow the same statutes and laws that he's asking her to interpret. And we just asked that she is not I would just object to this line of questioning because he's asking her to interpret statutory and regulatory law, and that's out of her purview.
Actually, I'm asking her as director of the PDMP program, can a patient, in her understanding of what she regulates, can a patient ask for their own prescription monitoring information?
I'll that objection.
Was there a question? I didn't catch that.
Yes, Dr. Turpin, can a patient request their own prescription monitoring information under the rules and regulations that, as you understand it?
We have a process for patients to request that information from us at the Department of Health, and they can do so through those means.
Can they ask their pharmacist to check their PDMP?
I don't have any, in the law, I don't interpret that. I wouldn't see.
You don't know one way or another, or you're saying a patient cannot ask their pharmacist to check them in the PDMP?
Is there a purpose? I don't know why you would just go searching for stuff. And we don't recommend printing it out and giving it to the patient. We have a method for patients to request that information from us.
Well, I'm just asking, can I walk up to my pharmacist and ask for my PDMP information? And whether they give me a printout or not, can the pharmacist tell me what the PDMP shows on me?
I would ask that pharmacist to read our rules and regulations and talk with their legal counsel on if that's appropriate.
Okay, so you really don't know. If they called you and asked you that question, you wouldn't be able to answer it, correct?
I would recommend their lawyers or legal counsel read the law and see if that fits the appropriateness of that statute.
Okay. Now, once information is accessed, then are you aware of the laws that these two licensees have been charged under that says they have to improperly disclose it?
Am I aware of what?
Who can the requester disclose the information to?
That's the requester's account. They shouldn't be disclosing their username, password, or information with anybody else. That's for them to use.
Okay, well, can they talk among themselves in the pharmacy? Can one licensed professional talk to another licensed professional in the same pharmacy?
That's beyond my scope of my profession. I can't tell you what a pharmacist can and can't do inside a pharmacy.
Okay.
That's the Board of Pharmacy question.
I'm just trying to figure out what you know and what you may not know. And so you don't know if one pharmacist can look at the PDMP on a patient and discuss that with another pharmacist in the same pharmacy.
Are you asking me if that's legal or if that's something that's actually something they could do just
Well, I
speaking?
thought you didn't have any legal opinions, but if you
No.
don't, I'd love to know.
I don't know if that's legally appropriate. And another pharmacist could look it up themselves. You have your own account if you're a pharmacist.
So your testimony is if I'm filling a prescription and I look into the PDMP as a pharmacist, that I can't turn to a coworker pharmacist or intern or technician and say anything about what I just saw? Or ask
She's already answered this question. It's been asked and answered, and she said that that's out of her purview. It's been asked and answered more than once.
She hadn't answered. Pardon me? Dr. Turpin, from your review of the records, you don't know who logged into Ms. DH's account, correct? You just know the credentials that were used. You don't know who did that, correct?
Whose account was used?
Yes, you know whose credentials or account was used, but you don't know who used those credentials or account. Is that a
Correct.
correct?
I know whose account was used to access those records.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
Just very brief follow-up, Mr. Harris, if I may, unless you wanted to let the board go first.
No, go ahead, Mr. Daniel.
When somebody logs in, Dr. Turpin, so they're logging in through the PDMP system itself, and they log in, is there like a time cutoff? Like, will they stay logged in for a certain amount of time, or is it just logged in forever, or what's that? How does that go on?
It's set up to time out over 20 minutes. So 20 minutes of inactivity, it'll shut itself off and they'll have to log back in.
Okay, so it doesn't, okay, so thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Harris, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Any questions from the board? Go ahead. If you have any questions.
I do, I have a question. I'm just trying to discern this. So,
Identify yourself.
Lynn Kraus. So what I'm trying to figure out as I take notes and deliberate the things that are said, is there's a lot of talk of the PDMP, but is this a PDMP violation or is this a HIPAA violation? And is there a distinct difference or are they the same?
I don't know that that's really a question for Ms. Turpin. The board has laid out the allegations and the charges in the order of notice of hearing. And as part of my close, I will go through those allegations and those charges. So I just think that's, I don't know that that's a question for Dr. Turpin, since she was not involved in the charging or in writing any of the allegations or charging documents for this. And Mr. Harris, I may be out of line here, but I just.
Go ahead.
For Ms. Turpin, thanks, Luke. For Ms. Turpin, do you see, or in your knowledge, is any of this a PDMP violation? Do you see any
Any of this PDMP, say that again?
Do you see any PDMP violation here on your end?
I'd have to refer to our legal counsel on that one. Is that for?
But as far as access to the PDMP, I'm not asking you to judge on this case. I'm saying based on your monitoring and your work at the Department of Health, do you see a violation? Would you go, oh, there's a violation here on the PDMP? Do you see anything on your end like that?
What? Yeah, I'd prefer to talk to the legal counsel on that because I don't know our process on doing that or the policy. So I would have to defer that to our
That's
legal
another
counsel.
thing. Did you call them or did they call you?
The board?
Yes.
We
I
called
got
her as a witness.
subpoena, yeah.
But otherwise, you knew nothing was wrong.
I didn't know anything about this till I was subpoenaed for
Okay.
a record.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any board member? All right, so Daniel, call your third, please.
And just for the record, I would ask Dr. Turpin to stay under subpoena and to stay under oath, and just in case we need to recall her for any reason prior to this being over.
I'll be here.
Thank you. The board would call Deona Elms.
And Storm, will you spell your name for the record?
First name Deona, last name Elms.
Go ahead, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you for being here, Ms. Elms. Would you just, and you just stated your name, would you state your, what is your relationship to Allison Flaherty?
She is my ex-daughter-in-law.
Okay. And when did your son and her get divorced? Or I guess, when were they going through a divorce? Was it 2019, in that era?
Yeah.
Okay. And so how did you come to find, so I guess just kind of walk through, you sent in that complaint. So I guess, how did you come by that information, and what made you send in that complaint?
There was a time during my son and her marriage that she convinced my son that I was a bad mom. And during that time, my son was texting me, telling me that what all medicines that I was taking, and I knew that he did not know medicines that I was taking. And prior to that, when I was at Walmart, Allison had tried to convince me to move my medicine to Walmart, and I never wanted Allison in my business. I mean, my business is my business. And when Zach and Allison convinced Zach to be against me, and they kept my grandson away from me, after I had babysat him almost every day of his life until he was 3 years old. Then I found out that they were getting a divorce, and I didn't pursue the HIPAA violation while they were still married, because I didn't want to put a bigger problem in between my son and myself. And then once I found out they were getting a divorce, I thought, I don't have to worry about that anymore. So I proceeded with trying to do something against the HIPAA violation. And that's when I called Walmart and talked to Joey. And Joey said that he would take care of the HIPAA violation. And then after Zach and I started talking again, that's when I found out that she and Joey were having an affair. And I found out Joey didn't do anything. And that's when I started calling around trying to find out what I do. And my pharmacist is the one that told me how to proceed with the HIPAA violation.
Okay, what pharmacy did you use in 2018?
What pharmacy do I use that told me?
Well, no, what pharmacy did you use in 2018? Like, where were you getting your medications in 2018? Let me rephrase it. Were you getting them from Walmart in 2018?
No.
And the first time, according to Walmart, the first time you got a prescription filled at Walmart was in 2019. Is that correct? Does that sound correct?
flu shot, I
Okay.
think.
Did, in 2018, did you know Jeff Patterman? The pharmacist at this Walmart where Allison's working, did you know him? Had you ever met him?
No, I've seen him in there, but I did not know who he was.
Okay, so you had gone up there while she was working there?
Yeah,
So did you ever speak to Miss Flaherty about what prescription medications you were taking?
no,
Did you ever leave them out, like on your counter or anywhere that she would have seen them when she came to your house?
no.
And why did you wait until, and I know you said you didn't file it then, so you found out, so when did you find out that she had told somebody about your prescription medication? Was that 2000? Yeah, when did you find out? Was that in 2019?
No, I found out in 2018, but I found out for sure, I had definite proof in 2019. And then one of her sisters has also told me that she told her about it also.
Okay, and who told you? Was it your son? How did you find out?
My son is the one that actually told me that she came home and told him about it.
So okay, so he said that Allison Flaherty came home and told him what medications you were taking.
Mhm.
Okay. I have nothing further. I'll turn it over to Mr. O'Quinn.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Quinn.
Well, Your Honor, let me clarify for the record right now, we're not here today about a HIPAA violation. Those are not the charges.
Well, and that's correct. I mean, the allegation was a HIPAA violation. We investigated it further and made these charges. So people keep saying HIPAA violation, but that is correct. She is not charged with one.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Elms, good morning. How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you.
Did you attend Allison's? Let me ask you this. Make sure I got my timeline right. In March of 2019, you said in your complaint that in March of 2019, you became aware that Allison violated your HIPAA through comments that were said. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
And then in May of 2019, a divorce was filed between Allison and your son, Zach, correct?
correct.
In July 1st of 2019, that divorce was granted, correct?
I assume, yes,
And they were granted joint custody, right?
yes.
And then, since that time, in August of September of 2020, Allison has moved to take sole custody of River, your grandson, correct?
She filed some papers, yeah.
And then you waited to October the 17th, 2020 to make your complaint about the HIPAA, Allison had violated your HIPAA rights, correct?
Don't remember the
Well,
exact date.
your complaint is dated October the 17th, 2020, a Saturday. Is that, do you have any disagreement with that?
I don't remember the exact date.
Well, we'll let the record speak for itself. But between the 20 months or so, between March 2019 and October of 2020, when you made the complaint, the only thing that changed in between those 20 months was that Zach and Allison got divorced and there's a custody fight over River. That's the only thing that changed in those, from when you first learned that your HIPAA rights might have been violated to when you filed this complaint. Is that a fair statement?
The only thing that changed was knowing that I didn't have to worry about putting a block between my son and myself and getting the information that I needed and how to go about filing.
And in this custody battle, River has, his own attorney, correct?
What does the custody battle have to do with my rights being violated?
Well, we're gonna see if those rights were violated, that's why we're here today, but I'm asking you, does River have his own attorney?
Yes.
And you told that attorney that it was your goal to come to the board and get Allison in trouble.
I
Get her
have not
license
spoken
taken.
to River's attorney.
Did you tell your son Zach that? That you were gonna do Allison in and get her license reprimanded so that Zach can have custody and you can have all the visitation that you want?
I did not tell any attorney that.
Did you fight with Allison over the years about visitation and access to River?
When they would not let me see River?
That upset you, correct?
Oh, yes, terrible.
And we have some text in Flaherty exhibit number 1 or 2, I guess. And there's a lot of text going back and forth between you and Allison. Do you recall those texts? Did you text her about problems with seeing River and that sort of thing?
Yeah.
So you don't deny that these texts are from you, correct? It's got your name right there on the top, in fact. Is that true? Now, when you called up the pharmacy of Ms. Flaherty's employer and called up and said that she violated your HIPAA rights, and then this Joey didn't do anything about it, the pharmacy manager, then you went to the board and because he didn't do anything about it, because you thought Allison was having an affair with Joey, is that correct?
I thought all I had to do was call her boss and that he would do whatever it needed to be done for the HIPAA rights.
Okay.
And then, once I found out that nothing happened with the HIPAA rights through him, then I had to figure out what I was supposed to do.
And so you wrote the board and said that you found out Joey and Allison were having an affair, right?
Yeah, and that's why he didn't do anything, or
And in all of this divorce proceeding and custody battle, that alleged affair, that's not even part of that, is it? This is not part of the allegations in that case, is it?
I couldn't have any proof of that.
You don't have any proof at all when you made this statement that Allison was having an affair. You have no proof of that, correct?
The proof that his wife called my son and told him that they were having an affair, and they got a divorce. Both parties got a divorce over it.
Okay, that's your understanding of what happened.
Yeah.
Now, you said that Allison was at your house quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
And you would come to her house, correct? And didn't she have to not scold you, but warn you that it wasn't safe to leave your medications out around the river?
No,
That never happened.
no, I don't leave my medicine sitting out for River to get a hold of.
When you knew that she was a first-year pharmacy student, isn't it true that you asked her about some of your medications and how they worked and that sort of thing?
Seizure medicine.
You only discussed seizure medicine with her,
Yes,
no other medication.
yes.
Do you remember when you were at graduation, her college graduation, and you had your hydrocodone with you and you were giving it to Zach in front of her?
No,
Did she not tell you, not supposed to be doing that? I'm not sure if that's even legal to do that.
no,
So you've never done that at a college graduation or other times, pulled out your hydrocodone in front of Allison and offered it to other people?
no, I do not carry it with me.
Now,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Flynn. Dr. Patterman, you're about to pull off your laptop off that table, your finger caught in the cord down there. I don't think you can see it. Just be careful about
now, you said that you shopped in this Walmart in Clarksville, correct? That you were in there on a regular basis?
Yes,
And that's the pharmacy we're talking about here today where PMDP was accessed? PDMP?
yes,
Okay. And you would be a regular there on weekends, correct?
anytime, yes.
And your son, Zach, had his medications filled there, is that correct?
Yes,
And you shopped yourself to see about transferring your medications there and checking prices and that sort of thing, right?
no, Allison tried talking me into it.
So you did discuss your medications with Allison
No,
when she was trying to talk you into switching your business? to
No.
Walmart?
she tried getting me to switch because, she kept giving me these reasons, and I was like, no. No,
Well, if her custody battle was with Zach, wouldn't it make more sense for her to look at Zach's PDMP to obtain evidence than to look at you're not going for custody, are you? Do you know why that she'd want to look at your PDMP?
because she was convincing Zach not to let River come around me.
But she did have conversations with you about transferring your business from your pharmacy to Walmart.
She tried.
And did you also discuss that with Dr. Patterman,
Who's Dr. Patterman?
this gentleman right here?
No, I've never spoken to him.
Do you know if Zach spoke with them about transferring your medications to Walmart and Clarksville?
I don't know who Zach talked to about transferring medicine to.
I think that's all I have. I appreciate your time, man.
Thank you.
Just very brief, Mr. Harris, if I might. So, those text messages that Dr. O'Quinn talked to you about, I mean, you were wanting to see your grandson. It even said you hadn't seen him in months. You were just literally trying to find a way to see your grandson. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further witness, or I'm sorry. I know, see if the board has witnesses, I apologize.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for this witness? Ma'am, not just yet. Any questions from the board? Any board members? All right, man, you can stand aside. Mr. Daniel, call your next witness, please.
Zachary Yates. Mr. Yates, will you spell your first and last name just so the court reporter can get it down, please?
This is Z-A-C-K, last name Yates, Y-A-T.
Thank you. And I mean, that was your mother, obviously, that just testified. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would you just, I guess in 2018, let me ask you this first. When did you and Allison, when did y'all get married?
2014.
Okay. And you have one child together, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how old is he right now?
It's 6.
6, okay. So I guess so y'all were married in, I guess, around 2019, y'all decided to get divorced for whatever reasons?
Yes, sir.
Like I said, I'm not gonna get into your personal, whatever the reason was, but at that point, y'all decided to get divorced.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at some point, did Miss Yates tell you, or Miss Flaherty, I'm sorry, did she tell you something to do with your mother's prescription medication?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when was that, and what exactly did she tell you?
I want to say it was towards the end of 2018. And it seemed to put a wedge in between me and my mother's relationship due to the reasoning of what prescription she was taking, what effects it may have had on her.
Okay, so did she tell you where she found out what prescription she was taking? I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. Did Allison tell you how she found out what your mother was taking?
Yes.
Okay, what did she say?
She said that she had looked it up while at work, and she had told me her concerns for those medicines and that we should not let her see or watch the river.
Okay, and this was towards the end of 2018.
Yeah, toward the end of 18 to the end of 19.
And were you and your mother, what was y'all's relationship like at that point? Were y'all having issues?
Yes.
And like I said, I'm not gonna try to dig up specifics, just want to get that out there. So, okay, so your testimony is that Allison told you that she looked it up at work and told you what your mother was taking.
Yes, sir.
Good. And do you know why she waited to report it until later?
I think it was the fact of it taking her time to figure out what she needed to do, because we had looked back on this whole situation and being able, figuring out what had happened when she first reported it to Allison's boss, and him not doing anything, that gave reason to lie to anything. And from what I had been told from my mother, that she talked to her own pharmacist, and that is where she finally found a way to report her concerns to the state board.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time. May redirect after cross, but I will pass witness at this time.
Very good. Cross, Turpin.
Mr. Yates, you're currently in a custody battle with Miss Flaherty.
Yeah.
Currently, you have joint custody, but she's trying to get sole custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during this custody battle, has anyone accessed your private record for PMP?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you, during this custody battle, the court appointed Richard Strunk as Rivers' attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you told Mr. Strunk that y'all are going to take Allison's license and it's going to help you in the custody battle?
No, I said it's a possibility. I asked if it would be.
You discussed with your child's attorney this proceeding and said it's a possibility that she's going to lose her license because of your mother's allegations. And would that be helpful for you in the custody battle? That's a fair statement, isn't it?
Doing so, only bringing that up to show her personality and how manipulated she can be. And that is only going to hurt River from seeing his parents and others.
But as part of that custody battle, you were talking about this proceeding and would it help you if she lost her license? You said that, correct?
Not specifically, no.
Well, you said it generally, you had that conversation with Mr. Strunk, didn't you?
I asked him how it could this affect.
So you're interested in the outcome of this proceeding that on the allegations that your mother has made. Is that a fair statement?
I just want to get this case over with. I want to get all these cases that are going on over with.
Now, at Allison's college graduation, undergraduate, your mother offered you a hydrocodone in front of her, did she?
No.
And when Allison would go over to the house with River or with you, your mother had medications out and she expressed concern to you about those medications being around a small child. That's true, isn't it? And your mother, knowing that she's a pharmacy student, your mother discussed her medications with Allison and their different strengths and doses and effects.
Yes, seizure medication.
Any other, just the seizure medication?
No.
She didn't discuss all the other medications? Do you see it as a violation of someone's rights if they voluntarily discuss their medical history or medications with a person as a family matter?
Only one medication is being talked about, and then others are brought up. That's a different story.
But in your mind, Allison could have talked to someone else about the seizure medication that your mother had talked to her about, because that's okay, but not the other ones, because your mother hadn't talked to her about those other ones?
Yes.
Okay, sir, thank you for your time.
Just real quick, Dr. O'Quinn was asking you about statements you made to your custody attorney. Is that correct?
Do what?
Mr. O'Quinn was asking you statements that you made to an attorney. I guess, does that attorney represent you in your divorce or in your custody?
Yes.
Did you give that attorney permission to tell Mr. O'Quinn this information?
No.
Thank you.
Just for the record, let me follow up on that. That's not your attorney, correct? That's not your divorce attorney.
I've talked to my attorney.
Yes. But Rivers got a separate attorney, correct? And you talked to that attorney too. That's not your attorney, that's Rivers' attorney, right? Yes. That's Mr. Strong. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
I had a question of, I guess I was sort of confused by the line of questioning because we had already established that this case is not about HIPAA violation, but that's probably neither here nor there.
Anyone? All right. Ms. Mack, be sure to unmute yourself.
I didn't know if you could actually see me. Okay, my question is, you said the pharmacist that was contacted didn't do anything. How do you know they didn't do anything, and what did you expect them to do?
Talking to me,
Yes.
my mom had informed me that she had contacted the boss, Allison's boss, and I knew nothing had been done because at that time, we worked together.
But I mean, typical fashion, pharmacists, if they do get a complaint, they deal with it, or they should, but they don't come back to the patient and say what they did. So I don't know how you can state they didn't do anything, because I don't think you really know what they did.
That would be Joey's wife informing me of what had been happening after we had split and began our divorce.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
That Joey's wife was the one who informed me that they was not doing anything about it because of her and her relationship with Joey as well, and that was being separate. Working on a divorce.
So I feel like that's kind of hearsay, and he shouldn't really be discussing it with his wife either. So anyway, that was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions from any board member? Mr. Richmond, sorry, yes, Mr. Richmond, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Yates, just to help me clarify the timeline. So you all were married in 2018, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that your mother spoke to your wife about her medications during that time frame, right?
I wouldn't say in 2018, I couldn't tell you then, but it would have maybe been further or later, further down the line beforehand, before 2018.
Okay, so do you disagree with the statement that someone has said earlier that your wife came home and discussed your mom's medication with you that they found on the PDMP?
Yes, she had come home and told me that, yes.
Okay. And then you all filed for divorce in 2019, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess just for clarification, but not really for you, I guess, can someone remind me when the complaint was filed? That we're here.
October of 2020, October 2020.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Any questions from any other board member? All right, Mr. Daniel, next witness, please. You can stand aside, sir. Thank you.
That's all the board has. I would rest at this time.
All right, very good. Now we're going to take the respondents' witnesses. Mr. O'Quinn, please call your first.
Call Allison Flaherty. For the record, would you tell the board your name and address?
My name is Allison Flaherty.
Just give the board a brief history of, I guess, your pharmacy school education, where you work along the way as interns.
Okay. I started working at Parcel Walmart Pharmacy in 2016. I started out as a technician, because I was in college at UFIS in Fort Smith, and then I went to UAMS in Little Rock for pharmacy school starting in 2017. And then I just graduated UAMS this May of 2021. I worked at Parks and Walmart Pharmacy until around May of 2019, and then out at Walmart Pharmacy, and then I just traveled the market and worked there at Walmart Pharmacy, Fort Smith, Goodyear, and Boonville, Paris.
Now, the allegations in this case, Ms. Flaherty, is that it was made on October the Exhibit 2 was made, I'm sorry, Exhibit 4 was made October 17, 2020. Are you familiar with the file and have you reviewed that complaint?
Yes, I have.
Can you basically tell the board what happened, any discussions? Let me ask you first, we can start here. Prior to October 17, 2020, or maybe March of 2019, when Ms. Helms says that you violated her HIPAA rights, had you had discussions with her, or were you aware of medications that she was on, just about family interaction?
Yes, I did.
Okay, describe the board what you became aware of and how that developed.
So before 2018, we used to go over her house, and what she said, she was taking my son, and she would leave medicine out and even loose tablets on the table beside her recliner by the candy bucket, which has some lemons, Skittles, for my little boy to go and grab. And I voiced that concern over to my husband and her at the time, this isn't safe, but nothing was done about it.
Is it fair to say that any private information about her medication you learned from actually interacting with her as a family member, not as a pharmacist?
Yes, sir.
Or a pharmacy intern?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you express those concerns about her medication to your husband, Zach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell us how that developed.
Just like I said, leaving the medicine out was my main concern, and my son has had a seizure over at her house before, and I was not contacted about it.
That's the only thing that I can recall as far as that. So to say.
I just want to be clear, this was a non-pharmacist or pharmacy intern patient relationship. This was just what we learned about any family member being around.
Yes.
And she took that interaction, that knowledge that we learned, and when you spoke with Zach, she was claiming that you violated her HIPAA rights by sharing that information with her son. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And the board addressed that allegation. You got a letter of warning, I believe, about that on October the 30th, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then after, and that was 3 days after this complaint was made about her violating your HIPAA right, her HIPAA rights. Right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You got the letter of warning October 30th, 2020, 3 days after she submitted her complaint saying that you violated her HIPAA rights.
13 days.
13 days, okay. And then, yeah, 13 days. And so, as part of that process, investing that complaint, the board looked into the PDMP, correct?
I'm assuming.
Okay. And you were contacted by the board and you were asked, did you do it?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the board what you told them and what you recall about the whole situation of your access to PDMPs and that whole situation. Tell the board how that developed.
Are you asking me, like my conversation with the state board?
Well, let me ask you this. As a P1 working as an intern at Parkville and Walmart, did you have access to the PDMP?
No, not.
Did you know what it was necessarily?
I don't think so.
Was it something you were taught in pharmacy school at that time?
No.
And did you ever access the PDMP from any patient, including yourself?
No.
Did you ever access specifically Ms. Helms's PDMP? Did you ask Dr. Patterman to do that?
No, sir.
No. Zach said that he had talked with Rivers' attorney about this proceeding and how it might affect you in the custody proceeding. Do you have any knowledge about that?
Yes.
So tell the board what knowledge you have.
My son's lawyer just asked me about it and asked me what I knew about it. And he just said that his dad made a comment that him and his mom called the state board to report me, so I possibly will lose my license. He can't take care of myself.
Now, Zach also said that, and Mrs. Helms as well, that she had not offered him, Zach, how to put on in front of you at your college graduation, undergraduate graduation. Do you dispute that?
Yes.
Okay, tell the board what you know about that.
At my college graduation in May 2017, I graduated from the University of Arkansas with my undergraduate in biology, and outside of the building, while we were getting ready to go in, my husband at the time was complaining of a headache. So she offered him one of the pill balls in a bag, and I didn't know too much about it. I just started working in pharmacy, but I knew that you shouldn't take other medicine. He was looking for a doctor at the time. I told him, you know, you could potentially, you know, sell a drug screen if you were to take someone else's medication, and just left it at that and left it and walked on to the graduation.
And this is important distinction. Is all the medical information that you knew about Mrs. Helms and her medication, information that you acquired in your family relationship with her and seeing your son interact with her and seeing her offer her son how to put on those types of interactions as opposed to a pharmacist patient relationship.
Yes, they were all through family.
I think that's all. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Daniel Cross, please.
Thank you. Ms. Flaherty, did you have prescriptions? Were you using that Walmart pharmacy to get your prescriptions at that time in 2008, June?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, 2018.
Yes, sir.
You were, okay. So, and your statement is that you did not know how to use the PDMP?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, yeah, if I'm hard, you stated that you did not know how to look up somebody and the PDMP at that time?
I did not know how to look at somebody.
Okay, was your ex-mother-in-law, Mrs. Elms, was she a patient at that pharmacy at that time?
No, not typically.
Okay, so Walmart shows the first time she had a prescription filled at that pharmacy would be in 2019. Would you have any, I mean, would you disagree with that if that's what Walmart's records show? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I said, I don't disagree with the records. I wasn't at Walmart at that time in Clarksville.
Okay. And are you aware that your name and information was also looked up that day on June 17th of 2018?
I was made aware Friday.
Okay. So, and to look that up, you are aware now that to look that up, you have to put in somebody's first and last name and date of birth?
Yes, sir.
So, in the records show that Jeff Patterman's credentials were used to look up you, Miss Elms, and also a patient that had a valid relationship with the pharmacy. You're aware of all that?
I'm aware of it now that you told me, but I was not aware of it then.
Okay. Did your mother-in-law know Mr. Patterman?
She has came to the pharmacy before and talked to him.
Had she ever had a prescription filled, but she never had a prescription filled there?
Not that I know of. I don't help family.
So there would be no reason he would know her date of birth, would there?
Unless he's spoken to her.
But while you were there, to your knowledge, any reason he would know her date of birth?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Go ahead, Mr.
Flaherty, Mr. Daniel asked you, was Ms. Elms a patient at the Walmart pharmacy in Clarksville while you were there? I believe her answer was, you don't recall, you don't have family?
Yes.
Okay. But was she a person that would come by the pharmacy on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, and use that store and interact with the pharmacy?
Yes.
So would it be unusual to you that on some occasion, including the day in question, that she had, or before that, interacted with Dr. Patterman? And she said that at the time, when you were working there, I believe, maybe at a different time, that you were trying to get her to switch her prescriptions over to the Walmart pharmacy in Clarksville.
All at this time, because I didn't talk to her.
But that would be a normal conversation for her to discuss her prescriptions with you, and maybe you respond about wanting to transfer them to where I'm working?
Yes, it's a big possibility. Breakfast clubs and some of the pharmacies.
Yeah, tell us about that, the pharmacy market during this time period, that the PDMP was accessed. Tell us about the market there in that area.
We had a few mom and pop stores. One of the stores is going out of business, so I know that we have a lot of patients wanting to have over right before they close. So it's uncommon for us to get a lot of transfers at a time.
Now, Mr. Daniel also asked you, did you know your name was looked up, and this happened, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
So is it hard to recollect specific facts from 3 years ago?
Yes, I did remember 3 years ago.
But when you became aware of that, did you go back and look at your personal schedule to see what may have been going on around that time that would have caused you to ask that your PDM be looked at?
Yes.
Okay, what was going on around June the 17th, 2018?
So as I was going through my pictures, one evening, I looked at some while we were in Galveston, Texas, which was a few days after that date. I remember that we went on vacation, down to Galveston a couple days after June 17th, we left up in 19th or maybe early 20. So I may have wanted to fill my medications for a on vacation as any other person typically does.
And do you have any complaints that if you asked Dr. Patterman to look at your PDMD in anticipation of going on a vacation, do you have any complaints that he violated any of your rights? Now, let's talk about Dr. Patterman for a second, your observations of him. What is your observation of Dr. Patterman working under as a pharmacy intern?
Very strict, very hard to the rules, and it's probably the most, probably the biggest stickler. I mean, he's old fashioned, so it's definitely different than the other pharmacists I work with. He's different about the books, if he believes it's a law or a rule, I think he has more strict rules than there really are. Typically, he always worked behind us and we were up front helping patients. He's usually very, he's got to have a reason and he's very down to earth and very meticulous in everything.
Would, in your opinion, he be the type of person that you could go to and say, let's look at my mother-in-law? Yes, you said at that time, you had no custody issues going on or anything, did you?
No.
That was how much later before any of that even bubbled to the surface?
It was over 2 years.
Okay. So you'd have to know 2.5 years before that you were going to get in a custody battle, so you would need to access your mother-in-law's prescription records to help you with that? Is that your understanding?
I wouldn't understand how it would help me, and I did not foresee getting closer to anyone custody battle at that time.
You had no reason to look at your mother-in-law's records at that time, back when this had been happening.
Yes, sir.
You submitted as your exhibit some character references. We're not going to read those. The board has those, but can you basically tell the board who these references are from? Not each one of them, but what did you do to, in anticipation of the board here, and what did you do as far as getting character references?
I just told all the pharmacists I work with, like I said, I work at multiple Walmart stores, so I have a lot of connections. And I have a lot of relationships. I just told everybody that I go from the board and told them what's going on. And they didn't hesitate to write me a letter. Everybody was close to, I won that relationship with the pharmacy.
It looks like there's 15 or so of these letters. And is it fair to summarize them that they almost to a letter say that you always acted with integrity and professionalism and never saw any unethical behavior on your part? Now, you also, we've submitted some other documents, but just for, and you also have a letter, one of your reference letters from someone named Yates. Is that a relative of Ms. Helms and your ex-husband?
So it is my son, there's other grandparents on his dad's other side. So it's Zach's real dad and his stepmom.
And that's this handwritten letter that's in your records from family members of the Yates.
Yes, they're not blood related to me.
Not blood related. Now, and then just tell the board why you submitted these other documents. You got your Court Connect case docket sheet. Is that just so the board will have a timeline of the filing of the divorce, the filing of the custody battle, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And you've heard those dates being mentioned, are those dates correct?
Yes.
And the custody battle is pending right now.
Yes, sir.
And then there's a picture, I believe, of River towards the end here. That actually didn't turn out very well when it was converted. Is that supposed to be a picture of River?
Yeah, just pictures of us on vacation.
And that's the reason you included that is to show the board that you did go on vacation the following week after this PM and the accent. Okay. And then there's these text messages back and forth between you and Ms. Elms, and what does that show?
Just to show that I didn't respond, but, just her character.
And you just chose not to respond to get in that back and forth.
Yes, I do not want to start any more confrontation.
And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any questions from any board member for this witness?
Help me understand why, if you were looking to go on vacation and not, why you need to ask for that information and not just look at the dispensing history in dispensing software? So the only thing I can think of is I also filled out another pharmacy there in town. So they very well could have found my medicine. I don't know, this is 3 years ago, so I have to call 3 years ago. That's my other question. Is it doesn't appear that anyone is disputing the fact that the record was accessed under Dr. Patterman's login, and then in very short order, some other Allison was looked up, and then you and your mother-in-law. Do we have any explanation for who we think did that and why we think that happened? Because that seems to be factual.
And sorry to interrupt your question, but Allison, I believe a couple of the board members that are online are having difficulty hearing you. So can you just try to speak up a little bit?
Okay, yeah, I can speak up. So can you restate your question for me? What is the explanation for who accessed the PDMP to look up you and your mother-in-law's profiles on June 17th, 2018? I don't know. Okay.
Any other questions from any other board member?
Mr. Harris, Dr. Mack has her hand up. Maybe you can't see her.
Dr. Mack has her hand up.
Go ahead, Ms. Mack, make sure to unmute.
Okay, I'm off mute now. I have a question for Allison. Are you stating that you never went home, let's just say after June 17th, 2018 or later, you never looked at your mother-in-law's record, you never went home and told your husband what medication she was on?
I never went home and told my husband, hey, I looked at your mom's PDP to look her up.
What was that answer?
I said I never went home and told my husband that I PDMP'd her or looked her up.
And that's your statement under oath, that you never looked at it?
Yes, ma'am, that's my statement. I never looked at it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Oh, well,
Almost 5 years. Just so I have context, can you give me the month and year your son was born? He was born in March of 2015. So he was roughly 3.5. When this was accessed.
Any other questions from any other board members?
So
John?
related to,
Yes.
Frank's question, you responded to your code president that you've access to. But in the allegations, it states that it was strong that Flaherty told her son what medications the patient was taking. Did you ever share with Zach, your husband at the time, the medication profile of your mother-in-law?
I never discussed your medication profile. The only thing I ever discussed is what she discussed with me and what she left out, which was prior to this day.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris, Dr. Richmond has questions.
Yes, sir. Dr. Richmond, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't want to mince words, so I want to make sure that I understand your answer. So you said that you never looked up your mother-in-law's information on the PDMP yourself.
Yes, I have never looked up my ex-mother-in-law myself.
Okay, so you did not stand at the keyboard and type in the information and actually log in yourself and look up the information?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever ask anyone else to look up the information and tell you what was on there?
No, sir.
Did you ever watch anybody log into the EMP system and look over their shoulder while they were doing that and see her information?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of the board have any questions for this witness?
Mr. Harris, if they don't, I have just some real quick recross based on previous questions from Mr. O'Quinn.
Go ahead, Mr. Dan.
You stated, and I just want to be sure I heard you right, Mr. O'Quinn asked you some questions about Mr. Patterson. You said he was hard on the rules and strict. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
So in your opinion, he's not one that would take it upon himself to look up to illegally access somebody's information that wasn't a patient? I mean, if he was a stickler for the rules, he wouldn't do that.
He would not do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Mr. O'Quinn, call your next, please.
Call, Dr. Patterman. Dr. Patterman, you're under oath. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Jeff Adams, 6 St. Paul Cemetery Road in Louisville, Arkansas.
Well, now the board's heard a lot of the background, so I'm not gonna go through that, but basically tell the board how long you've been a pharmacist and some of your history as a pharmacist, just a thumbnail sketch.
48 plus years. Everybody that asks me a question automatically becomes my patient. I'm a patient care oriented person. If you read my references, I kindly read through all the messages coming out there. I'll do whatever I can to help any patient that asks a question.
And when you talk about your references, you're talking about Exhibit 1 that we've introduced, your character letters.
They're often people that currently work with me and work with me as well. All through pharmacy school, and that personal friend.
Mr. O'Quinn, or I'm sorry, Mr. Patterman, can you kind of speak up? I think some of the board members online are having difficulty hearing you. Maybe you can just speak up a little bit. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize for that.
Now you heard Allison describe you as a stickler for the rules and being strict. Do you see yourself that way?
Yes. Yes. Nobody complains, but sometimes I'll ask questions if they, something comes up and I say, specifically what the rule is on this or something. I say, no. And I usually won't let go of it. About 3.5 weeks ago, I called the board on some prescriptions from the ER doctor. I had asked them all, and nobody knew the answer, so I called them. I just start over with that kind of stuff. I don't want to feel something I'm not on the self-protect. It's, protected everybody in the pharmacy. If I don't understand something, I'm going to figure it out before I prescription.
Apologize. So when you tell the board your credentials that been testified were used to make this login on both Allison's PDMP and Mrs. Hammond. Do you recall that specifically, what happened 4 years ago?
No, but there's without a doubt, there's a good reason. I would in the profile. I mean, there was a million reasons that could, and we have spoken before. I would not have been able to pick her out of the crowd, and I'm not really good at faces and names, but I do recognize it.
Now, so you heard, we went through the PDMP regulations, and it said that you could have a prescription and living on the PDMP, but you could also be exercising pharmaceutical care under Regulation 9 and living in PDMP. Have you read the Regulation 9? Or have an understanding of the pharmaceutical care? So if you weren't, the record showed she did not fill a prescription on this day. What other pharmaceutical care type things would make you, I know you don't have specific regulation, but what generally would be your habit, your routine, and your practice of looking in the PDMP if you did not have a prescription being filled?
Well, at that time, Fred's was closing, so it was kind of a regular, you know, Walmart, Walgreens, they had to ask anybody, you know, about their prescriptions. If they wanted. But I'm sure I've asked her, I know I've asked Zach about, you know, having a switch of prescription, be it my family. If you work for Walmart in my store, I'm going to ask you, you know, why you're not filling prescriptions. Being that Fred was closing, I was asking everybody, without a doubt, there was some prescription inquiry, you know, and I would have had a good enough reason to look all that up. Either offer to fill a prescription for her Sunday, you know, no other pharmacies are open in 2 counties. I mean, there's a million reasons I could have turned her down if she brought me. Maybe suspicious of the way they act. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of different things.
So in your practice, let me ask you this, a month before had Walmart instituted a policy about tightening up on opioid type prescriptions and checking the PMP regardless of whether you were filling the prescription or not?
They had started that 7-day 50 NME thing that those who's over 50 NME were supposed to call the doctor and question it. The first thing I thought of was she brought a prescription and a question about a prescription. Being it was a Sunday, and I understand she was in there on Sundays. More than likely, I would have had to give her just the 7 days and not fill a prescription for that reason, unless I could contact somebody. You know, put it in post-date. I mean, there's a lot of reasons I might have refused to fill it. Just a general inquiry, if the general inquiry, you know, they maybe mention their other medications or something like that. You know, especially in case of an opioid, you know.
So you know specifically, because 3 years ago, before you even knew about this complaint.
Correct. I would not have any issues. Allison. Absolutely.
But you know what Walmart's policy was, and you know your own personal practice, when you might, under what conditions you might legitimately access the PDMP, even though you didn't have a prescription in hand. Right. So let me ask you straight out, did Allison ask you to access her mother's PDMP to see what her mother-in-law was taking?
No. We never discussed her. I wouldn't know who it was, but I didn't do so.
If Allison would have asked you to access her PDMP in anticipation of a vacation or whatever reason, would you have done that?
Yes, it did blow me away that her name was in there, but then after I talked to her, she had indicated that the prescription she had filled, she's getting ready to leave on a vacation. And as I understand it, one of them was a Sudafed prescription. And she may have, this is just my guess, she just may have asked if I could find out where it was with B&B. I wasn't sure at that time if they even had Sudafed in the system. It surprised me that they had amphetamine substances in there.
And As a pharmacist, if you look into the PDMP and you have a coworker there, another licensed pharmacist, intern, or other persons, do you feel as a pharmacist, you can interact with your coworkers and ask them questions about issues you might have with the PDMP?
You can, I mean, there's times now when you're trying to fill a prescription for somebody and you run into a glitch and the patient is out there waiting, you're trying to resolve the glitch and stuff. And when the text may turn around and say, well, I Miss Smith here, what's going on with this, you know, I will tell them while I'm looking at the PDMP, you know, just trying to rationalize some stuff.
What would be your normal routine of if you're not filling a prescription, looking in the PDMP, when would you do that? How would you do that? That sort of thing.
I would do it anytime I had a request to fill a prescription. Sometimes you just get this feeling that there may be something up, you know, they may say something negative about a pharmacist that in business with. And that stuff automatically puts me off, it may trouble patient, or they may say something else vague that just kind of tips you off, and if they indicate they might be interested in coming to the pharmacy, I might check them out before I go over head over heels and try to drag them in. I won't bring somebody in that cause me problem.
Would you do that if you're not filling a prescription, you're just doing, I guess, investigation on some issue? Would you do that in open access to everyone? Or they could look over your shoulder? That's what I'm getting at.
No. I, as a general rule, before this narcs care became automatic, when I got on the PNP, I would announce I was going out to PNP. But I didn't want anybody back behind me or anything like that. So, because I was pretty secretive with my codes and stuff like that. So you know, I don't suspect anybody did it. I don't remember doing it myself, but logically, it looks like that's the case. And to explain why Allison was at the same time, when I announced that I was going to go on PNP and I didn't want anybody behind the counter, she probably said, well, we'll look up and see if we can find out what happened in the prescription or what pharmacy it was at. But, I really don't believe she had any idea. Well, I know she didn't have any idea because I didn't know she was doing it. So I don't mention stuff like that. It's none of her business for anybody else.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. So let me just be sure I'm getting this right. So now you're saying that you did look it up?
It appears that way. I can't say for sure. You know, I couldn't guarantee it, but it appears that way. And I understand that I have an obligation on my codes, but I'm not saying it couldn't have happened. Somebody else could have had my numbers and my codes from walking behind me, but I don't know. I assume it was.
Okay, so she wasn't a patient of yours, correct?
No, not at the time. But I'm sure we discussed, well, I know we had discussed something about whether it was today.
How would you have her date of birth?
Well, anytime anybody asks, I usually look them up right away in the computer and would have had to ask for the name and date of birth to see if they were in it.
Okay, so when you looked her up in your computer, you would have seen that she wasn't a patient and didn't get her prescriptions filled at Walmart, correct?
Correct, yes.
So at that point, why would you also do a PDMP check?
Probably discuss, you know, filling prescriptions for her and something just hit me off and maybe I better check it out, that something wasn't right. Just an instinct that I had, it could have been right or wrong. But there was some indication that the patient could come to the pharmacy and I sometimes, you know, check them out ahead of time.
Okay. Do you remember speaking to John Kirtley and Brenda McCrady back in November?
Yes.
And do you remember that phone call? Because it's the complete opposite of today. Do you remember telling the board that you didn't do it and you didn't know Miss Elms?
I didn't, no, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know when I was looking her up. I didn't know that was Allison's mother-in-law. I didn't know there was any relation there whatsoever. It hit me wrong because I thought this name doesn't ring a bell. I don't recall that, and I wasn't going to volunteer any information that could have been me.
So, but what I'm saying is your testimony today does not match the phone calls that you had the board. So where did your testimony today come from?
just being able to collect all the thoughts, and I had almost a year to think about the whole thing, what I would have done, what I wouldn't have done. Why I would
And
have
talking to
had-
Miss, okay, and talking to Miss Flaherty and Mr. O'Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't understand why, that's the thing that threw me off, is I didn't know why her name was in it, that didn't make sense to me.
Okay, and you would have looked up Allison also?
Yes, if she would ask me for something like that, to find out what the restriction was, it would have had to make a controlled substance, I'm sure.
Okay, so somebody just asked you to look them up in PDMP and you just do that without thinking?
I'm sorry?
So somebody just walks in and asks you to look them up and you just do that?
Well, I knew Allison well enough, I mean, I didn't see a problem with doing that, I don't think it's against the regulations if she would have requested me to do something like that on her behalf.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, one follow-up about the phone call that you received from the board. This was 3 years after all this had happened, correct?
It was about 28 months.
And you received a phone call from Dr. Kirkley, Dr. McCrady, and Luke Daniel while you were at work.
Yes.
And you don't know what it's about.
No.
And you're in the middle of, what are you doing in the middle of that time?
Non prescription, just two of us there.
And they say something about being filed and it gets your attention?
Yes.
And they ask you, basically describe what they're asking about, and you say what you know at the time in that situation.
Right, yeah. And then not knowing who it was, not being familiar with the name, still not knowing, I mean, like I said, I couldn't have picked her out of the crowd till I actually saw her, but I mean, I didn't interact with her that much, but I did interact with her enough for me to pull that up, you know, and look at the possibility of filling prescriptions for her.
Any questions from any board member for this purpose? Dr. Jolly?
I believe Ms. Flaherty stated at the time she started working at Walmart in Clarksville in 2016, if I remember correctly.
Sounds about right.
So how long did, when the PDMP was accessed on June 17th?
2 years after she started working.
So you had known her for about 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, did you have any knowledge of any type of personal issues that she was dealing with related to her husband or mother-in-law?
At that time, from what I understand, it really wasn't before anything went on.
Were you aware of any type of concerns she expressed about what she testified earlier to, pills being laying out there in jars, and how she had concern for that as far as the child was concerned?
I don't know that I would have ever remembered anything like that. Usually when you start talking about your family, you kind of losing that drift away. I knew Allison better than most of them just because she's had a lot of family problems, and Zach was sick, he had all that problem. She was always asking me for advice and stuff like that. So we got a lot closer than I am to the rest of the associates.
Thank you.
Any questions from any other board member for this witness? I got you. Dr. Mack, be sure to unmute.
So I'm just trying to figure out, is it routine that you've looked up things in PMP without having a prescription? I mean, would you have had any reason to look up just by talking to a patient, you'd look them up in PMP?
Yeah, if a patient comes in, and I don't know that they're required to present one, I don't know for sure what the law was on that we specifically had to present one. If they asked about being a patient or had anything to do with filling a prescription there, and like I said, we're the only one that was open on Sundays, Rachel's Club, and I don't know where she got a prescription still. But if you just said anything out of the ordinary, that sounded to me a little suspicious. Well, like I said, I mean, she could have brought the prescription in. I don't know the specifics of it. The prescription could have been post-dated, that I could only give her the 7 days, and it would have been my dose that I'd have to check with the doctor on. So being a Sunday, you know, you could call that way, then you can call the other pharmacies, asking, you know, what they had on their profile or anything like that, nothing to do with transfer narcotic. I don't randomly pull up the PMP. I usually do it when somebody's.
But if Allison was present working that day and her mother-in-law came in and brought a prescription, wouldn't that be highly odd that you wouldn't be told or know that that is Allison's?
There were times, and when I access PMP, a lot of times I may look at it real quick during the day. We're so busy when we're the only pharmacist there that I make a lot of notes. And after we close, I go back and look all this stuff up and cover myself so that I've got all my ducks in a row and stuff like that. So I'm guessing, I don't know how long I was on there. I had asked that question. It may have just been a quick look up, and then would have done research later or something, but I probably didn't see anything maybe real suspicious after I got in.
But it is your testimony that you never talked to Allison about her mother-in-law's medication.
No, well, I mean, she probably talked about it. But when you get into family business at the store, and I'm trying to put prescriptions. Me and I hate to say this, but Leslie's back there, but I cannot tell you the names of any of her kids. I can't tell you, I couldn't tell you the pharmacist's husband or wife's name because I tune all that stuff out. That's all that chat isn't pertinent to what I was doing at the time.
Any other questions from any board member? Go right ahead, Dr. Krause.
So, Dr. Patterman, in your synopsis, what do you think happened here? Why are we here? What's happened in your opinion?
I think, and this is just me, I think that she presented a prescription or had a sincere interest in getting a prescription. I probably couldn't fill it for one reason or another, or based on the dose on it. I mean, like I said, I can't go back and speculate why, but it would have been something that I probably couldn't fill. And at that time, we were required to go in there and look it up. And we weren't putting it in the system like we are now. We actually put it in the system that proves we had a prescription. So that if we deny it or can't fill it for any reason, we've got proof that the prescription was presented. But at that time, we didn't. We just basically took it. And Allison did have a habit of disappearing. If somebody would have said mother's in the store, she might go out and work on the floor. She might go out. She didn't want to talk to her, I guess. So she could have been in there while Allison was there. But like I said, I wouldn't want to do that most to save my life.
Mr. Harris, I believe Dr. Richmond has questions.
Go ahead, Dr. Richmond.
Thank you. Dr. Patterman, while I could accept your explanation of what might have happened and why there could be an inquiry into the PDMP, but not a prescription show up in the computer system, I just find it curious that both Ms. Elms and Allison's profile were accessed under your credentials at approximately the same time. And I don't understand why hers was accessed. So can you tell me that? Can you explain that to me?
Nobody was more surprised than I was when I saw that. That's when I was convinced that somebody had my codes as it had Allison's name. But then when Allison mentioned it, and like I said, I announced when I'm going on PMP, or I did when we had to do it manually. Because I didn't want anybody behind me. I didn't want anybody watching me what I was doing, looking at what I was doing, or anything like that. And I'm sure what I said was, y'all, I'm going on PMP, don't bother me for a minute. And she probably said, well, look up this, when you get a chance to look this up, blah, 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 and see if you can find where that prescription for Sudafed is. So I probably did that first and then, look the other one up. But I don't know how long I was in the PMP, to be honest with you.
All right, so let me just ask some quick questions here. Has anyone ever, to your knowledge, has anyone ever stolen your credentials for the PDMP program?
Has anybody ever stolen them?
Took without your permission or knowledge, has anybody ever taken your PDMP credentials?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not saying it can't happen, because it can. I know it is where it did in another store.
Have you ever had to change your credentials in the PDMP system?
Yes, in fact, I may have done it that day because I used it somewhat irregularly and they usually were expired when I go in there. So, I mean, it's mandatory that you do it.
So there's no doubt that both profiles were accessed under your credentials on that day.
But it looks like,
And did did Allison ask you to access the information? Did she ask, could she look over your shoulder? Is there any communication between you and Allison regarding a request to review either of their profiles?
I don't think she had any idea who I was going to be looking at.
What's that?
She wouldn't have been in the store. I don't say who I'm going to look up. I just looked her up. So I doubt she had any idea who it was. You probably didn't even know she was in there.
Thank you.
Dr. Newsom, you had your hand up a minute ago. You have some questions for the witness?
Yes, I do. My questions kind of fall on the line of Dr. Richmond, but have you ever given your passwords to PMP to anyone?
No, I don't hand that out.
Okay, where do you, when you, like you say, you had recently changed your login, do you write that down on a piece of paper, or what do you do with that when you have to make that change about, like, say, every 6 months?
It's in my phone.
It's in your phone?
But it's encoded. I use a code, numbers, letters for numbers, that nobody would be able to figure that out.
Okay, do you keep your phone locked?
Always on my hip.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you if you keep your phone locked.
No.
Okay, so that means anyone, if you like leave your phone on the counter, anyone can pick it up and look in it.
I don't leave the phone on the counter. It goes from my hand to my hip.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions from any board member for this witness, Dr. Charles?
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say you irregularly access PDMP?
No, I do it. The only time I do it is if somebody presents a prescription and maybe, like I said, for some reason I can't fill it or something, maybe they say something a little off kilter, or what I like to do, and in this case, I would have assumed that I offered to hold it and call the doctor or whatever I needed to clarify come the following Monday to see if we could get it filled.
I thought I heard you say just a few things that you regularly access PDMP. I'm sorry.
No, I don't regularly access it. That's why.
You don't regularly access it?
Well, it's automatic now, but back then, I mean, I only looked at it when I felt the need to look at it. It was kind of cumbersome anyway. My password were always expired and stuff like that.
Dr. Mack, go ahead.
Yes. Did you ever, or was it routine? Did you print anything like the PMP? So when you called the doctor Monday, you'd have it in front of you so you knew what your question was from Sunday?
Say that one again, please.
Well, if you looked at PMP for this alleged patient and you couldn't fill it, so there was no prescription, but you might have been going to call the doctor Monday about it. Did you print anything from the PMP so you had some information when you called the doctor? Because otherwise you probably wouldn't remember from Sunday to Monday what you saw that alerted you.
They leave the prescription with me. I will call the doctor and do what is necessary to find out if it's fillable and that kind of stuff, whether it's dose or whatever it is. If they don't leave it, that's it. I mean, I'm pretty much done there.
Right. So let's just say you were going to call. Would you have printed that so you had some information to talk to the doctor with?
Yeah, I have a little notebook that I carry that I put some of that stuff in. And it's actually coded too. I usually code it the way we look people up in the computer with, the dates of birth are in that same letter for number code. So even if somebody saw it, they wouldn't know what it is. Not that I don't shred it when I'm done with it.
But you don't think you printed the P and P and left it laying on the counter?
No, I don't ever print it.
Any other questions from any board member? All right, very good. Mr. Quinn, call your next.
You know, I actually have a couple of follow-ups based on board questions, if I might.
So, sorry, Dan, you have another question?
Just real quick, just based on some of the board members' questions. So, Dr. Patterman, you're saying that she presented you a prescription that day, and that's why you looked her up?
That's my assumption. I don't just willy-nilly go in there and do something. But I had to have a reason to go in.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Quinn requested a 5-minute break. Unless there's any objections, we'll go off the record and reconvene in about 5 minutes.
I'm on.
Y'all see all the board members. Luke, you're there?
I am here, and just to let you know, just let you and Mr. Quinn know, I don't know if he has any more witnesses, but I do have a couple of quick rebuttal witnesses.
Okay. All right, let's take roll real quick again, because we'll get into everybody's faces. We have this, Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Kraus, Dr. Newsom, I see you. Dr. Jolly, Dr. Richmond, are you there? I see you. Let's see, Dr. Mack. Okay, Ms. Rader. And Ms. Ford. Is Ms. Rader here?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, let's go back on the record. Mr. O'Quinn, I believe you were about to call your next.
I'll call Leslie Sharp.
Very good.
Have you been sworn, sir?
I stood up with the license. Yes, sir.
Can she sit in one in front of? Can she sit in front of one of the cameras so we can see her?
I was just about to suggest that.
That one.
Hey, why don't you sit over here?
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Quinn.
Ms. Sharp, sorry, I told you to sit in front of the wrong computer. Would you tell the board your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Leslie Sharp, and my address is 50613 Road in Clarksville, Arkansas.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a pharmacy technician at Walmart,
And how long have you been a pharmacy technician at Walmart?
14 years.
And are you a pharmacy technician at the Walmart in Clarksville?
Yes, sir.
And do you know Allison Flaherty?
I do, yes, sir.
And do you know Dr. Patterman?
Yes, I do.
And you've been sitting in the audience and you've heard the issues going back and forth, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's some issue about whether you would scan a prescription if someone presented it to the pharmacy and how the PMP process and the filling process would work on opioid prescription. And there was some testimony about a new program that Walmart had instituted a month before this PMP access was allegedly accessed in June. Can you explain to the board how that policy affected the pharmacy operations at Walmart in Clarksville?
Yes, sir, I can. When the process was in, if a patient had a prescription for an opioid, any kind of controlled substance, especially if it was like their first time for the prescriptions, I didn't really know what MMEs were a day, but it was basically you're looking at the prescription to see if the patient's MMEs were over it. So we did not scan that in. We actually gave it to a pharmacist to check it over to make sure that it was not over the MMEs, which basically said, if they had not filled it, they'll send a supply of the medication, or we can contact the physician if the prescription was over the MMEs. So the pharmacist's job was to look over the prescription, and then if for any reason there was something wrong with it, they could contact have contact with the patient and talk to them about the prescription, and also let them know about Walmart's policy with the 7-day supply. So we would not have scanned in the prescription to begin with. We would make sure that the prescription was correct with the NMEs for the day to be filled on that prescription. So we would not scan the prescription in at first. Now, the policy did change where we did put it in the system and then allowed the pharmacist to take a look at the prescription. But when the policy was implemented, we did not scan the prescription in beforehand. We would give it to the pharmacist to make sure that the prescription was open. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember where you're gonna look, and you're gonna look on here, so I'm sorry, I keep looking around, I just wanna make sure I'm looking at it.
So, you heard Dr. Patterman testify that it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him if a patient came in on a Sunday and was inquiring about transferring a prescription to that pharmacy or asking about a prescription or other item, wouldn't be odd of him to go in and do the process that you just described without actually scanning in the prescription and going through that process.
I object to this. I object to this question because it calls for speculation. She has no idea what Mr. Patterman did that day.
You weren't there that particular day.
No, sir, I was not.
And you don't know anything about really personally who accessed the PDMP or the particulars of this case.
No, sir.
You're describing what the policy was and what the procedure was and routine was, starting a month before this particular case even arose.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as working with Allison and Jeff, what did you think about them as a pharmacy intern and as a pharmacist, as far as how they ran and conducted themselves and ran the pharmacy?
I've actually known Jeff for a really long time. He's very professional. He is very personable and matter of fact. And if he doesn't know the answer, he's actually gonna make sure that he gives you the right answer. He's not gonna just tell you something and then, especially if it's something to do with the pharmacy, he's not just gonna report something out. He's always been very professional and ethical, in my opinion. And I've known Allison when she started working there. She has never displayed any kind of unprofessionalism or brought her family issues into the pharmacy and discussed any of that stuff with us. Like I have not heard her talk about medications from her family or any of that stuff with any of us. So I don't see where all of that comes from. When I work with her, she is professional. She is working on the job, and we are very busy in the pharmacy. So, and I know that I heard Dr. Patterman's testimony about PNP access. We don't have time to sit around and look over a pharmacist's shoulder. We fill a lot of prescriptions during the day, and our focus is customer service. So, we have to be all professional in there. We have to have customer service and take care of the patients. And that's exactly what I believe that Allison and do on a daily basis.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Just a couple of quick questions. Did you know Allison before she started working there?
No, sir.
And how long was she there?
How long? I'm sorry, sir.
How long did she work there?
Up until May of 2019 when she was transferred out of our store. So when she started working there, I worked with her almost on a daily basis until she left in May.
Okay. And you have absolutely zero firsthand knowledge of anything that went on in that pharmacy on June 17th of 2018.
Yeah, that's of this case, no, sir, I have not.
Thank you.
Any questions from any board member for this witness? Dr. Newsom, go right ahead.
Hi, how are you doing this afternoon?
Good.
Good. Have you ever logged into the PMP program for any of the pharmacists while you were working?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from any board member? All right, Mr. O'Clifton, why don't we call you next?
We rest.
Okay, good. All right. Mr. Daniel, I believe you have a rebuttal.
That's correct. I would recall Deona Elms.
Okay, ma'am, you want to come up and sit right here?
And Ms. Elms, just a reminder, you are still under oath, correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you ever at any point in 2018, especially around June, did you ever take a prescription into this Walmart?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to Dr. Patterman about any type of medication or anything that would give him or make him look up your PD&P information?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any cross, Mr. Quinn?
No,
Quinn.
no, sir.
All right, questions from the board, Dr. Newsom, go right ahead.
Yes, how are you doing today? Good. Listen, can you refresh our memory as to how you became aware that your PMP had been searched without you knowing about it?
Certain comments had been made, and then when my son texted me and was telling me about medicines that I was on and was naming them and was telling me, that's how I knew for sure that she had been in my file.
Okay. Thank you very much, because it's been a long case and I just needed that little piece of information. Thank you.
Any other board? Yes, sir.
All right, so you said certain texts had been made obvious to your son, and so your son prior to that had no idea of the medication you were on.
He knew that I had medicine because I have been disabled since he was 3 years old, but there was never an issue because, I mean, it was never made known.
So he never knew what medicine you were on?
Right.
So your son never knew
No.
that you took any medicine?
Right.
And then, so were there pills left out of the house when the child was there?
No, I never leave those laying out. At the time, I had dogs and I had River. And never leave those laying out.
And then, did your son talk to you about his wife talking to him with some concern about children being in the house and pills being laying around?
Never.
And then, by your ex-daughter-in-law talking to your son about your medications, that's the violation, the HIPAA violation that you're concerned about.
Yeah, into all of my medicine, everything.
And as a result of that, what has happened to you?
It's nobody's business, the medication that is prescribed to me, because would you like anybody to know the medication that's prescribed to you?
I'm just asking you questions. So prior to your son even being married, he never knew what medications you were on?
No, I keep them put away.
And you mentioned earlier that you talked to her, Allison, about some seizure medications. Did you ever talk to her about any other medications or interactions with those medications?
No.
All right, any other questions from any other board member? All right, Mr. Dave.
Dr. Richmond has his
Oh,
hand
sorry,
up.
Dr. Richmond, go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Richmond.
Thank you. Ms. Elms, you said that, I think you said this, you said that there were certain comments made, and then when your son started naming the drug names, you knew for sure that your profile had been accessed. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So can you tell me what specifically were those comments?
Started saying stuff about medicine and taking medicine, and just started referring to pills and medicine and all that, when there's not an issue with, there never has been an issue with medication, or those words never even come up. I mean, it's
Okay. These comments were made between who? You and your son? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know specifically that it was the PDMP that was accessed as opposed to knowing that information from some other source?
Because there would be nobody that would have known, that would have told him or her. My husband doesn't even know the name of the medicines that I'm on.
Okay.
As far as,
Thank you.
yeah, as far as anything other than, oh, she takes something for allergies and she takes something, you know. My husband couldn't even tell you the name of the medicines that I'm on.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from any board member? All right, Daniel, any other rebuttal witnesses?
I got one question.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Helms, did you say your son Zach, he texted you these comments about what you were on and that made you wonder?
No, I wondered before that.
But y'all had some text that went back and forth?
Conversations in person, and then when he texted me that, that's when I knew for sure.
Did you save those text messages that's the basis for what started all this? Did you save
I
them?
looked on my phone the other day, and my phone deletes them after so long, so I don't have them anymore.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? Go ahead, Dr. Krause.
So you don't remember ever talking to her about any of your medication?
I remember talking to her about seizure medication because they were changing my seizure medication at the time. And I remember talking to her about the different doses of certain medication that they were trying to, what?
And you don't, then you deny ever just feel lying around that?
No, never.
And then, can you tell us where you got your prescriptions in 2008?
Fred's was closing, and I was using Fred's, and when Fred's told me that they were closing, I transferred to Clarksville Family Pharmacy.
Any other questions for this witness?
Yeah, one thing related, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You transferred from Fred's that was closed, and you heard Dr. Patterman talk about him getting an influx of inquiries around that time. You went to Clarksville Family Pharmacy, correct?
Yes.
And Allison happened to be an intern at Clarksville Family Pharmacy as well after all of this, correct?
Yes.
And during this, before she even knew that this complaint was going to pop up 3 years later, she was working in the pharmacy where you filled your prescription, right?
Yes, when I found out, yeah.
And she never accessed your prescriptions at that pharmacy, and she never accessed your PFE?
No, because the pharmacist, the owner of that pharmacy, told me that he would not allow her to even work on the computers while she was there. doing health insurance yet.
So you call it there, make sure of that, correct?
That's when I was talking to the pharmacist to figure out how to make the complaint and how to do the HIPAA violation.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness?
Well, I just needed to make a note of this.
Dr. Richmond, go right ahead.
Yes, Ms. Elms, how do you know what the prescription drug monitoring program is? That phraseology and even that database is not something that I think the general public has large knowledge of. So I'm just curious, how are you familiar with, and how did you come to know specifically that there was a breach of this database?
Because I know what the HIPAA rights are.
That has nothing to do with HIPAA. They're two.
I don't understand your question.
Okay, the prescription drug monitoring program is the database which is alleged to have been breached. I'm just curious as to how you knew that it was that database. How did you know about the database, number one? And how did you come to know that the information? I'm not finished with my question yet. How did you know about the database in general? And then how did you come to specifically know that the breach of the data that was discussed about you came from that database?
I knew about the database from Allison and the way she described and talked about her job and the way that she said that she would get in there and into the people's files and stuff. And I just knew that I knew how it worked from listening to her.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Danny, did you have any follow-up? Okay.
Enough for this witness.
Go ahead.
And what do you hope to attain in this?
I don't know. I just know that my rights were, I feel like he's in the window actually, and he's supposed to, it's like.
I get it, but right now, this person peeking in the window is your son. This is information that was disclosed to your son, that you're upset that that information was disclosed.
Well, who else has she told?
Well, I don't know. That's not
She,
who's here.
she told one of her other sisters.
I have no idea. That's not what we're here about. What I'm wanting to know is what you're wanting to attain.
I don't know. I don't know what my choices are.
Well, where were you harmed?
You know, I'm going to object to the line of questioning. This is a decision that the board makes, not Ms. Elms. So whatever the board decides to do on this issue, be the board members' decision and Ms. Elms. So I would just.
I'll overrule that. You can answer the question as best you can, man.
I don't know what I hope to obtain from this. I mean, if she's going to violate somebody's rights when she's an intern, what is she going to do as a pharmacist that?
Yeah, it wouldn't put the Democrat percent. It wouldn't make public knowledge. It's still within your family. I want to know what you want to attain by doing this. All of this.
I don't know. I would have to think about that.
Fair.
Any other questions for this witness? All right, thank you, ma'am. You can stand aside. Any other rebuttal, Mr. Van?
Yes, state would call back Deputy Director Brenda McCrady. Dr. McCrady, just want to remind you that you are still under oath. And I just want to touch base on a few questions that I believe I believe it was Dr. Richmond asked. It was actually you that found out that it had been the PD&P that had been accessed, correct?
That is correct.
She just sent in a complaint that said, hey, my information somehow was told to people. She wasn't exactly sure how or where it came from. And you looking into that found out that the PDMP had been accessed, not that that's where the information came from, but that it had been accessed, correct?
That's correct.
And there were some, when the board, when you investigated this, you and Dr. Kirtley made some phone calls to Ms. Flaherty and Dr. Patterman, is that correct?
That's correct.
And those phone calls were recorded, correct?
That's correct.
And so on, and you had phone calls, you had 2 phone calls with Ms. Flaherty on, looks like around November the 12th, and you also had 3 phone calls with Dr. Patterman, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I have those phone calls, and let me pull them up. They are all fairly short. So let me go to share screen. I'm going to share my computer audio. And I'm going to play, this is you and Dr. Kirtley on the phone with Ms. Flaherty. This is the first phone call y'all had with her.
Hello.
Allison.
Yes.
John Kirtley, did I catch you bad time?
No, you're fine. I'm at work. I just came back from lunch.
I'm just pausing that. Can y'all hear, did y'all hear the first part of that conversation? I was gonna be sure it's coming through. Okay. Okay, here's that phone call.
Okay. I'm sitting here with Brenda McCrady and Luke Daniel, and we have an issue where it sounds like allegedly you have shared some confidential health information of your former mother-in-law, Deona Elms.
Yes. I received a letter in the mail about a complaint about that.
Yep.
Yes, I did. Okay.
So what we have come up with is that someone on a day that you were working at a facility checked the PDMP on her.
Okay.
So was that you?
No, I have not.
So how did you get the confidential medical information that may have been in the PDMP?
So I used to be her daughter-in-law.
Yes.
And I used to, I just got divorced a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
So we used to go over to her house, and I used to see her, and she would leave her pills out. And she confided in me as well, told me what she was taking. And I told her, you got to be very careful with these meds. She left them out around my son when she did keep my son. And I told her, I just don't want you leaving loose pills like that around my son. I don't know what she takes now or what she takes. All I know is what she took a few years ago when I still went in her house and was her daughter-in-law.
Yeah. So it leaves us with an odd thing that someone checked her PDMP at a store where you were working on a day that you were working, not in relation to any prescriptions being filled or anything else.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't have access to PDMP.
So they don't have like a shared access for anybody at the store?
No, we are not allowed to have it.
Okay. So if you're filling prescriptions, how do you check PDMP?
I don't. I just tell the pharmacist.
Okay.
And so they check it when it comes across the screen.
I got you. So they have to log out and get into the PDMP separately?
Yeah, I think our system now, though, is built in something called NARCS Care, but I don't have access to that.
Yeah. Well, this wasn't a NARCS Care check. It was a direct login.
Oh, okay.
So it puts us in an odd situation where, your former mother-in-law has a potential complaint that specific medical information may have been shared.
Okay.
At a time when I think you were married to her
yes.
son. But the problem is we have an illegal check on the PDMP. So,
okay.
And I'm looking at Dr. McCrady. Did you ask her for a response to the complaint?
I did.
Okay, so we've got that. All right. So we'll do this, and it's one of those where now that we have an illegal check on the PDMP, or what appears to be one, we'll work with our attorney, but we'll probably have to call both you and the pharmacist in because the allegations were against you, but the login is the login is under a pharmacist's name.
Okay.
It's convoluted. So we will but you're saying you didn't have any knowledge from PDMP and didn't have anybody check that?
Yes, I don't have access to it. I don't know. I can't get into it. I don't know how. I don't have a login. The pharmacists do it.
Yeah. What's the pharmacist going to say when we call him?
What's his name?
Which pharmacist? There's two of them up there, at least. There's Joseph and Jeff, I think, that are main pharmacists there, aren't they?
Yeah, there's two pharmacists there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just wondering, is either one of them going to tell us you asked them to check it for them?
No, they should not. I have mentioned her before, like I don't approve of her having my son with the meds she's on.
Yeah.
But I haven't told nobody to look it up.
Yeah. It just seems odd that if she's not filling prescriptions, that, why would somebody even know her information and pull it up or like have her date of birth or anything else? That's odd.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you much. We'll be back in touch.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
And Dr. McCrady, right after that, y'all actually received a call back from her within literally just a few minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Pharmacy board.
Hey, is this John Curley?
Speaking.
Yes, this is Allison Flaherty again. I just wanted to call you back. Okay, so is it where everybody can hear me?
Yeah, we're still in here. We literally got a call right after we hung up with you, and then I just clicked over back to you.
Okay, good. So I was going to call you back because I'm trying to remember who it could be and when. I don't remember exactly when. I thought it was a couple of years ago, maybe. But, I was talking about it, and I think it was Jeff. And he asked me, and so he's probably the one who did that, who looked it up. Jeff Patterman. Let me see. Yeah, I don't distinctly remember telling him look her up because I know you can't look it up. But I think he did look her up, and then he mentioned it to me, but I didn't.
Why would he do that?
Because I was talking about what she was on, and I was like, as far as I know, I said she just takes a bunch of stuff. I don't approve of her driving my son, and now she's mad at me.
So, I mean, and part of the problem for us is, checking the PDMP without a medical reason is a felony.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and then also sharing information that you obtain from the PDMP is a felony, or like sharing medical information. But here's where it gets weird. Because we are pharmacists, we see all kinds of information, and there's an argument of, do I know this because of something else, or I know this because I'm a pharmacist? And it's a very difficult thing, because even if you know it from something else, a pharmacist, you're not supposed to be sharing people's medical information.
Yes, that's true. So, I mean, it is, partially my fault because I brought it up. I don't remember asking him, and I wouldn't ask him because I know you can't look it up.
Yeah.
But I don't have access, and I wouldn't. And I couldn't, even if I wanted to.
I got you.
But still, I mean, it's still.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess.
It is.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we'll keep working on it, and we'll probably be back in touch with you.
Okay, so what as far? Because I knew what she was on because, like I said, I was her daughter-in-law. So I don't know. Whatever he pulled up or whatnot. And I hate for him to have to get in trouble, but I mean, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He did it. Or, and it's like, you shouldn't do that.
Oh, so you told him he shouldn't?
I don't remember if I told him it shouldn't or not.
Oh.
All I know is, because it was so long ago, but I didn't tell him to do it because I know it's not right.
But you know he did it?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Okay. So I guess like he told you what he saw then.
He just said, yeah, she's still, what I do remember him saying is, yeah, she's still on these meds.
Okay. Well, that means he would have had to check it to know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she didn't fill with us at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm sure we'll be back in touch, Allison.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Bye.
And also that day, Dr. McCrady, y'all reached out to Dr. Patterman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe there were 3 short phone calls that day, and all of those were recorded also.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna start with, I've got them in order here. I'm gonna start with the first and through the third.
Thank you for calling your Clarksville Walmart Pharmacy.
And I'm gonna skip forward here. It's on hold with Walmart for a while, but
This is Rebecca. How can I help you?
Hey, Rebecca, is Patterman working today?
He is. May I ask who's speaking?
John Kirtley.
John Curley. Give me just a second.
Catch you bad time?
No, huh? No, huh?
So I'm sitting here.
This is Jeff. May I help you?
Hey, Jeff, John Kirtley. Did I catch you bad time?
No, huh?
So I'm sitting here with Brenda, our assistant director, and Luke, going over something, and we have an issue where we see that you logged in to check a PDMP. This is stretching back a bit, but do you know a Deona Elms, E-L-M-S?
I do not.
Do you have to get into the PDMP like manually very much?
Every once in a while when the system is down, we do, and then if I have any question about maybe they're getting opioids somewhere else or something like that, I'll log in there. But it's kind of rare that we have to do that.
That's kind of what we can gather from, dealing with Walmart, but she is the former mother-in-law of your old intern, Allison.
Oh, okay.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Do you recall ever checking the PDMP on her?
I really don't, John. I'm sorry,
Well, yeah, it was like, it's been right at 2 years ago. Have you given your login to anybody else?
No.
Is it like written down or anything?
Nope.
Did Allison ever ask you to check this for her?
You got me there now. She may have, but I wouldn't.
Well, we're just trying to figure out exactly who checked it and why, because there does not appear to be a legal reason to have checked it since she wasn't getting prescriptions. But it's one of those, either you did it or somebody did it under your ID.
Well, now, if we weren't filling prescriptions for her here, I would not have checked it. The only time I ever check that, if it's not, popping up on its own, if our narcotic doesn't pop up, is if there's something that's either interacting, I get a reject or something like that, and it says, hey, they're taking some opioids or something, and I don't have it on my profile, then I'll look and see what's going on. But
yeah.
No, if we've never filled a prescription, what was her name again, Leona?
Deona. Elms, E-L-M-S.
Yeah, I would have never checked it.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have checked it for a flu vaccination that happened the following year either.
Well, not if we're not filling anything for her. I'd have no reason to really go in there. I've got a profile here on her, but it's just a flu zone is all it is. So.
Yeah, from October of 19, as I recall.
Yep, I've got October 5th, yeah.
So the year before that, somebody used your ID at Walmart to check it on a day when you were working.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been me because I wouldn't have checked it unless I had some prescription that I had a question on.
Yeah. And you're sure that Allison doesn't have your login?
I can't say. I'll never say that I'm sure of anything anymore, but I doubt it. Unless I don't know how she'd know.
Well, we've got a complaint that this woman's information was gotten somehow and then shared inappropriately with somebody, and so we go to the PDMP and it's got you on it.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't me. Because, like I said, the only time I do that is if I've got a prescription that I'm filling and I'm getting some sort of reject that makes me question, any interactions or anything like that.
Luke, anything else? All right. Well, man, we'll keep digging. We may have to call you back.
All right, please do.
All right. Thank you.
And this is the second phone call. It was also that same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for calling your Clarksville Walmart.
Thank you for calling the pharmacy at Walmart. This is Leslie. How may I help you?
Hey, Leslie, John Kirtley, need to bother Patterman again.
Oh, absolutely. Hold on just a moment.
And so we
This is Jeff. May I help you?
hey, bud, it's Kirtley again, sitting here.
Yeah,
Brenda
yeah.
Luke. Man, so we called Allison, and at first she didn't remember anything. Then she called me right back, but she seems to remember you pulling this information on Deona Elms one day when she was. It sounds to me like griping about her mother-in-law, and pulling the PDMP up on her and verifying what she was on.
Oh, I certainly do not remember ever doing anything like that. And that does not sound like me.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, it's not something that I can sort out or that Dr. McCrady or Luke can, but it's something where, did we send a complaint to him yet? All right, so we will mail you a complaint of what it appears for you to respond in writing to the board.
Okay.
But what will more than likely end up happening is that you'll both end up having to come talk to board members about what happened. But at the same time, you kind of know, I mean, she seems to remember that she was griping about her, I guess at that time, mother-in-law at one point, and she thinks that you pulled it up and verified or something what she thought she was on. But that's a problem. Now, that's her side of this versus your side, but since you told me that, I want to call you back and make sure nothing had like rung a bell in the last 20 minutes since I talked to you first.
No, I've been mulling that over, and then I can't remember anything like that at all.
Well, we'll send you a copy of of a complaint or something to get a response from you, and then I'm sure we'll be back in touch. But if you remember anything else about it, man, give me a holler.
I'll do it.
All right. Pharmacy board.
Hey, John, this is Jeff Patterman.
Hey, man.
What time of frame were we looking at? Was that back around the flu shot time, October 2019? Or what?
Well, it was August, I think 29th of 18.
Okay, because I was remembering that she wasn't even here at that time.
No, she wasn't even a patient. That's what stuck out so bad is that it was before anything was even in the system on the woman.
Yeah.
So the data pool we had is from 6/17 of 2018.
Okay.
So there was nothing in the system to indicate that anyone should have pulled any information on her. But it was apparently a Sunday that you and Allison were both working.
Okay. That just sounds too weird to me.
I hear you. Well, it's one of those where either somebody's got your login or you used it.
Yeah, when you were talking about it, and I was looking at the date from the flu shot, I thought, no, she was already. I think Allison was already gone by that time. So.
Oh yeah, that was next year. Yeah, okay. It was 2 years ago.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you.
All right, man. See you, bud.
All right.
And so Dr. McCrady, those were the three messages that, the 5 messages, 2 from Allison and 3 from Dr. Patterman that y'all recorded that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in his phone call there, he said he would only check it if they were filling prescriptions for that patient, correct?
He did say that, yes.
And he also said it definitely was not him. And after he had mulled it over, he could not recollect that he did it, correct?
That's correct.
And that pretty much contradicts his testimony today, correct?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination?
No question.
Any questions from the board for Ms. McCrady? All right. Any other rebuttal?
I have no further witnesses at this time, and I know I asked Dr. Turpin to stay on just in case, but I'm not going to recall her. So if Mr. O'Quinn has no need for her, I would ask that she be released from her subpoena. I know her and the attorneys with her need to get back to their duties. So I would ask that she can be released at this time.
She can be released. Thank you, ma'am, for that, for being a witness today.
Thank you.
So the state's rested again. So now we're going to entertain closing arguments. Ready, Dr. Daniel?
I'm going to ask you, would you like to make a rebuttal statement to a phone call?
Sure.
We can call it a rebuttal witness.
Go right ahead.
Call Jeff Patterman. Dr. Patterman, you just heard the phone calls that took place and heard Dr. McCrady's testimony about them, and you wanted to clarify some points. And would you tell the board the issues that you wanted to clarify?
Sure. When he was talking to me about the rules and regulations, looking them up and stuff like that, I was answering the question on the current regulations and the standing in, having had that description on hand, stuff like that. I didn't refer to it because I wasn't paying attention. I guess how long ago it was. The fact, and I didn't even remember when we started scanning in. Upon further research, I found that it was back when you just look at the script and say, yes, we can fill it, no, we can't fill it, but you didn't have to scan it in the system. And so I answered saying, according to the current regulations, that we wouldn't fill it unless we had a written prescription. And then when he was talking about going into PDMP again, you know, in the old days, you didn't have to scan that script in. So if I gave it back to her and I suspected something, I may have, you know, that's just a prescription presented. So, but he also on one of his calls, he said, he said something about Allison. And I had responded in respect to Allison when I said that she hadn't even been here with them. I meant Allison had not been in a pharmacy at that time. So that's, I did clarify that if you listen at the end of the conversation, it said, I repeated myself and said that Allison wasn't even here. We were talking about this. Allison. So it wasn't not that one. I was acknowledging that Allison was not here.
Does that raise any questions, Mr. Daniel, or board members?
I have no questions.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir. At this time, both sides have rested. We'll entertain closing arguments. Mr. Daniel, you ready?
I am, thank you. Board members, I know you've heard a lot of testimony today. You've heard a lot of contradictory testimony today. Just want to briefly go through some of it. And I'm looking at the order notice of hearing here. Looking through the allegations, there are 8 allegations. Allegation 1, 2 are just, I mean, that they both owed license. That's not disputed. On October 17th, the board received a complaint that she had shared that respondent Flaherty. That's not disputed. I mean, the board did receive that complaint. On or about June 17th of 18, I'm looking at allegation 4. Miss Elms PDMP was accessed by in Walmart or at the Walmart pharmacy using Patterman's username and password. Again, that's not disputed either. At that time, A5, the patient was not a patient, or Miss Elms was not a patient at Walmart at the time her profile was accessed, and did not fill a prescription there until October of 2019. Again, that's not disputed. A6, the patient, Miss Elms, is ex-mother-in-law of respondent Flaherty. Again, not disputed. Respondent Patterman was the only pharmacist on duty when the profile was accessed, and Flaherty was also on duty when it was accessed. Again, not disputed. In her complaint, the patient stated that Flaherty told Miss Elms' son what medications the patient was taking. That is the only one of those allegations that is being disputed by the respondents. You heard testimony from Miss Elms. You also heard testimony from her son, Mr. Yates. Mr. Yates specifically stated that Allison Flaherty told him what medication his mother was on, and stated that she told him that she looked it up at work. So there's testimony by two people stating that occurred. You heard Ms. Turpin here, which I don't think much if any of her testimony is being disputed. I said it was looked up by Jeff Patterson's login. It had to be done manually. This was not something through the Walmart system where if you're checking a prescription that you can just click on it and see what they have. This is something that had to be entered. You had to enter the first and last name. You had to enter the date of birth. So on that, you heard on the phone calls, you heard Dr. Patterman say he had no idea who Deona Elms was. I'm sorry, who Deona Elms was. If he didn't know who she was, he wouldn't know her date of birth. She was not a patient at that time, so he would have no way to look up her date of birth. Deona Elms stated that she never talked to Dr. Patterman about a prescription, never walked in that pharmacy with a prescription. So there was no reason whatsoever for him to have her date of birth at that time. Looking at the charges, C1 respondents described her in the allegations are guilty of fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation in the practice of pharmacy. This information was fraudulently looked up. Dr. Patterman said in the phone calls that his words definitely was not him. Even after he mulled it over, he said no recollection of looking it up. He also stated he would only check if they were filling a prescription and if something came back that mixed with one of the medications or if a prescription got rejected. That didn't happen. There was no prescription there. There was nothing being filled. So he stated that he wouldn't have looked it up. The other person, Ms. Flaherty, she was there. She had access to the PDMP. It shows that PDMP printout shows that there was a legitimate patient's information, somebody not related to any of this, just a legitimate patient that was there, that information was accessed using Dr. Patterman's username and password. You also heard Dr. Turpin state that that information or that login will stay logged in for 20 minutes and then it will automatically log out. So she did have access. She could have easily gone on there, typed in, her name was looked up also. So she could have easily typed in her information and her mother-in-law's information. She's the only one who had access who would have known her mother-in-law's date of birth. Dr. Patterman testified in that phone call, he stated he had no idea who Deona Elms was. His testimony, however, did change today. Now he's saying, well, yeah, okay, she walked in with a prescription, and so I looked up her information. Again, contradicts what he said in that phone call. He said definitely was not him. Even after he mulled it over, was not him. He wouldn't have done it unless they were filling a prescription. So you look in a C2, charge 2, of course, it's unprofessional conduct or dishonorable conduct because it violates not only pharmacy laws, but it also violates criminal laws. Willfully, charges 3, willfully violated the provisions of the pharmacy laws of the state of Arkansas. Guilty of unprofessional and dishonorable conduct. The C5, respondent Flaherty, guilty of violating board regulation 0201, again, unprofessional conduct. C6, this is the prescription monitoring code or statute. It's 20-7-611. Guilty of purposely disclosing prescription monitoring information in violation of Arkansas Code 27611C. You heard testimony from Mr. Yates, Allison's ex-husband, who testified under oath that she told him that she looked up Miss Elms' information and then disclosed it to him. C7, guilty of using prescription monitoring information in a manner or for a purpose that violates it. There are certain, under that pharmacy prescription monitoring program statutes, there are only certain reasons you can disclose that information and how you can disclose it and who you can disclose it to. This was disclosed with malice. There was no reason whatsoever for her to have access to this. There was no reason for either one of them to have access to it. She was not a patient. It was obviously looked up that day. That's not in dispute that it wasn't looked up. Guilty of knowing, and when it comes to C8, guilty of knowingly obtaining, using, or disclosing, or attempting to obtain, use, or disclose information by fraud or deceit. Obviously, again, you've heard all the testimony today. Yes, a lot of it contradicts each other. You've heard Miss Elms and Mr. Yates say that this happened. You've heard different stories from the only two people who haven't been consistent in what they've stated, or Miss Flaherty and Mr. Patterman. You heard phone calls that said, well, it had to be him because we were talking. I mean, she stated, we were talking, and he looked it up because, she was griping about her mother-in-law and what medications we were on. Today, there's a whole different story to it. Today, okay, he stated, yes, I might have looked it up because she brought in a prescription. Two completely different sides here. What hasn't changed is the one person here who had a reason to look this up is Allison Flaherty. Dr. Patterman had no reason to do it. He didn't even know who this woman was and had no idea, how to get her date of birth. The only way that could have happened is coming from Miss Flaherty. So she is here, the only person who had a reason. This was her mother-in-law. Apparently they were not getting along. There were some other issues going on with custody, and there was testimony that Allison did not want her mother-in-law to see her child. She has all the motive to look it up. She had the means to look it up, and she's the only person here who benefited from doing that. Thank you.
Mr. O'Quinn.
So what I'm hearing Mr. Daniel saying now is that it's not Dr. Patterman, that he didn't do anything wrong, that now it's got to be Allison, who had no access to the PMP, didn't know how the PMP worked, had been taught about the PMP, and from all accounts of everyone, has never accessed the PMP during her entire intern career. But now Mr. Daniel said it's Allison, and how that must have happened is that there's a lot of contradicting evidence, but evidently Dr. Patterman was looking up a legitimate patient and probably left his screen on, and then Allison comes along when he's not looking and types in her information and the information of Ms. Helms real quickly. That goes totally against what Dr. Patterman said was his habit and routine practice, and what other people said, that the type of pharmacist he is, he's very careful with the PDMP, and asks people to step out of the way. He doesn't leave his phone around. He doesn't leave his credentials around. He doesn't leave his computer open. So now the state is flip-flopped. They've all of a sudden accusing him as the primary person because his credentials were used to log in. They're now accusing Allison, and that she must have snuck around. It's total speculation, by the way. There's total speculation that she snuck around and did this without his knowledge, I guess, because he's testified that she did not do it, and he did not give her access, and she didn't ask him to do it. So what happened? We get into this HIPAA versus PDMP, and I know there's some questions. Why are we even talking about that? Because it all started that Allison got personal information through a personal relationship, not a professional relationship, with Ms. Helms. And that was through her visitations with her grandson, Mrs. Helms' grandson, and through just interacting as family members interact. And she became aware of this, and she became concerned with Ms. Helms' medications. And she expressed those concerns to her husband at that time, Zach. Zach evidently passed those along back to Ms. Helms, and so it made her mad. That's what the HIPAA part has to do with this. That's how Allison got the information about the prescriptions, or what she was on, or some of what she was on, is that through that personal family relationship. Her going out and telling her husband, that's not a HIPAA violation. No one would ever call that a HIPAA violation. It wasn't done in the course of a physician-patient relationship. But Ms. Helms wants to deliver prescriptions out and talk about them and ask about them. and Allison wants to pass that on to her husband, then she may not like it, but it's not a HIPAA violation. So, and rightly so, because the board saw us that and said, here's a letter of warning, and that was dealt with. So then we come to, well, but we do see where they access the PDMP. And therefore, that must have been where Allison obtained information to pass along to Zach. She had to do it through the PDMP. But at that time, there was no family disputes going on. There was no reason for her to do that. There was no divorce pending. She would have to have clairvoyant powers to think 2 years down the line that she needs to do this access her mother-in-law's prescriptions is not even going for custody. She can't have custody. It's between her and Zach. She'd be smarter to access Zach's prescription. But she probably already knew what those were as well, just being the wife. So it's not, so someone used Dr. Patterman's credentials. We think. We don't get those records to look at. We don't get the records to say, check the times that are exactly looked, how long the access to, a lot of metadata that we could look at, but we don't get that. So we're kind of boxing with the air on what happened and whether it was either of these two. Actually, I mean, if someone stole the credentials, it could have been, you know, the technicians. So it's tough, it's just speculation. And we don't have the burden to prove anybody who did it or even present any evidence. The burden is on the state. And the state's evidence is, they have to, not just 50-50, he said, she said, it's a 50-50 dogfall, and it doesn't equate to evidence. It's got to be by preponderance of the evidence. That's the way the law reads, and no one's going to dispute that. And that means at least 51% or better. They have to have a better case than we do. And if it's just a he said, she said, that is just, it doesn't need preponderance of the evidence. I've heard the words from the tapes and from different witnesses. It seems odd, it's weird, odd situation. It's curious. All of those are nice, but they don't need sufficient and substantial evidence for the state to meet their burdens of proof. And so I ask you to dismiss the charges. It's not proven. And everybody take this down as a lesson on how things can get confused, but they did not violate the Pharmacy Practices Act, and they definitely didn't commit a felony.
All right, very good. That marks the end of closing arguments. At this time, I'll declare the record to be closed and complete except for the board's recess, deliberations, and decision. Once a decision has been made, we're going to go off the record now. Once they make the board deliberates makes a decision, we'll go back on the record and hear about the related motions. So at this time, we're off the record. Let me caution the parties. This is an important case. When the board deliberates, the deliberations are public. But we're not to start arguing with the board now. We've presented our cases. So the board needs to have space and to deliberate. So I trust all of y'all will respect that. I just wanted to mention it. All right, we're off the record.
For housekeeping off the record, do the board members want to deliberate now, or do y'all want to take a lunch break and come back?
I would really love to. But we also have orders online.
I think, I mean, I would be, whatever y'all want, I would get this going so that we sit down and do it.
Okay. Board members online, hear all that?
Can't really hear y'all very good, sorry.
The question was if you guys want to take a lunch break and then deliberate, or go ahead and deliberate now. It sounds like Dr. Mitchell would love to eat. Dr. Krause would love to get it done and then eat. I ain't heard from Dr. Jolly.
I see pluses and minuses.
So that question had come up. We had something else scheduled at 1 o'clock that should not take 5 minutes. So if, I don't know, Turner, do you have Ms. Morrison on?
She's not on here yet, but it'll only take a couple of minutes to do.
Yeah.
We do have a 1 o'clock hearing set, but it will take a while, but I've been informed that respondent is not going to appear but we will still have to go through, do have several exhibits and a couple of witnesses. But we can start that at any time, because like I said, I have been told by a respondent's attorney that they are not going to appear. So whatever the board wants to do, if they want to continue on or take a short break for lunch, whatever, whatever they want to do. And if we can get Mr. Turner in, I know, I mean, it'll take all of 2 or 3 minutes.
I say just go forth.
Okay.
And if you guys don't mind, just whenever Ms. Morrison gets on, if y'all don't mind, just taking 5 minutes so that Turner and Ms. Morrison can be released. It shouldn't interfere.
Okay.
That was amazing.
So who wants to go first?
I will.
Allison, you're.
Dr. Mack?
I think the charges are, I mean, the allegations are certainly proven. And I think the charges are true, vice versa, whichever one's first. But I think the charges are right because they've had 2 or 3 stories each. She immediately, within a few minutes, knew that, oh, he might have done it. Then he really didn't have a reason to do it, but she was talking about her mother-in-law, so therefore he did it for her. So I think they did do it because you just don't look up PMP for somebody you aren't filling their prescription for. I don't know. You know, I'm sure the malice was she's not happy with her mother-in-law, and then later she's really not happy with her mother-in-law. But I don't know that, you know, their intent was to do something terrible. But I'm just saying, I truly believe it was looked at that day. That's too ironic, too strange that her and her mother-in-law would be looked up that day. So I truly believe they looked it up. She used it by telling her son, and that's what I see happen.
Ms. Ryder?
You need to unmute. I can hear you. You're muted, Carol.
Okay, now I'm all cut. Am I there now?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's an unlikely coincidence that all of these things could have happened. And just as a coincidence. And there is that record out there that was accessed. And I think regardless of the motivation and of the time that it happened, you know, the timing or the motivation, I think what we have to look at is to determine if these 2 individuals violated this lady's health or her HIPAA protection. And, you know, I think that it's the most important thing to me is that we have to look at the integrity of the PDMP, the system, and that it is maintained, and that the public's health information, you know, and their privacy is protected. I believe that all of the allegations are true, and I think that all of the charges have been proven.
Okay, we're going to pause deliberations on this just for a second and turn over to Turner and Dr. Morrison with the Pharmacy Support Group. Totally separate issue, but we can stay off the record for a minute long. Mr. James, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you all so much for allowing us to go. Bringing Lisa Morrison before the board. She's wanting advocacy to work full-time. Since she got granted to work no more than 32 hours per week on May 2nd, 2021, she's had 0 missed check-ins. She's had 9 tests, 8 negatives and 1 rejected. Sometimes they get rejected in the lab and they get their money back and they retake. So she retook it and everything was fine. She's doing great in the program. Probably one of the most humble people I've met. When she got here from rehab, she got a job out in the community. She works at a running store. I get to see her every time I go buy tennis shoes. So it's awesome with a smile on and everything. And the executive committee of the pharmacy support group voted unanimously to support her advocacy.
Dr. Mason?
Yes. Dr. Morrison, are you doing good today?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Hi, I'm Lisa Morrison. Thanks for having me today.
Yes, ma'am. And everything's going well and you're ready to take that step forward?
Yes, I am. I'm enthusiastic about the opportunity.
Okay. All right.
I've been working as needed PRN for Fresenius Medical in Maumelle, and that's been going well. I'm enjoying that, and have a verbal agreement. Nothing in writing. Still nothing solidified, but potential to work PRN for Rose Drug in the Dardanelle, Russellville area coming up in September. That's part-time also, but I know in the beginning, Richard Harmon talked like he could use me 2 days a week and some occasional weekends, and I'd like to stay on at Fresenius as well, and would like the opportunity to be able to work 40 hours a week.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If no one else have any questions, I'd like to go ahead and approve her or make a motion to approve her to go to 40 hours a week.
She at 32 right now, is that correct?
So I have a motion by Dr. Mason and a second by Dr. Kraus. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Right, good luck.
Thank y'all. Be safe.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, going back to the case before us, who wants to go next? We've heard from Dr. Mack and Benjamin.
And I just want on the record that we are back off the record for deliberation.
Yes, we're still off the record for deliberation. Dr. Richmond?
Go ahead, Dr. Richmond.
Oh, thank you. One thing that's not clear to me is, do the charges include a HIPAA violation or not? And I hear reference to a felony. So if it's a felony, does it specifically relate to HIPAA? If none of that comes into play, what is the burden of proof? Is it more likely than not, or is it beyond a reasonable doubt?
More likely than not, my understanding.
Yeah, my understanding is that the charges do not include anything about a HIPAA violation. And we don't, this is not a criminal court, this is an administrative hearing. So we're not deciding felony, misdemeanor, anything like that. And so also the standard rules of evidence don't apply. I've heard that said several times in previous hearings.
Well, I'm not sure I caught all that. It kind of echoed. So there is no, we're not considering and nothing that's going to result here results in a felony charge.
Not from us.
Can we go back off the record? I've got a question for counsel, please.
You mean on the record?
Yeah, on the record. Sorry, said it backwards, didn't I?
All right.
Counselor, question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll do our part here, but where does the federal implications happen? Does this go back to court or into the court system, or what happens from there?
It can or it cannot. Any criminal, and Mr. O'Quinn can correct me on any of this if I'm wrong, or if he wants to jump in. There's no criminal issue in front of this board today. Regardless of what the board decides today, will make no difference on whether or not criminal charges are, I mean, that's up to a prosecutor's office, and it's up to if we want to turn a file over to them. But the final say so on a criminal charge will be up to the prosecutor's office. I know it was mentioned in some of the phone calls, and it has been mentioned here today, but this board has no say so over whether a criminal charge is guilt or not guilt or anything like that. A criminal charge would be beyond a reasonable doubt. As Mr. O'Quinn stated earlier, today it's by a preponderance, which, I mean, in his own words, is more than a 50-50. So it's so you're just here today to decide, look at those allegations and look at these charges. I know there's been a lot of contact about, a lot of stuff about HIPAA violation. HIPAA violations she is not charged under the HIPAA law in this proceeding. HIPAA violations are taken up by the Department of Health, and they're investigated over there. She is charged here under Arkansas statutory law and board regulations, which are laid out in those charges. So like I said, there's been a lot of talk about HIPAA, but it's just, was this confidential information? Do you believe that Ms. Flaherty or Mr. Patterson or both, do you believe that they accessed this information when they did not have a legal medical right to do so? That is the question. So you can look through. So those charges are laid out, and they're based on pharmacy board law. They're not based on HIPAA law. They're not based on criminal law. Okay. So they're based on that, and they're based on, I believe the last two are based on the PDMP, which also falls under, which is statutory law.
Okay, what are our fine limitations or guidelines on this case?
Guidelines are $1,000 per violation. It appears here there was one violation, and then so that's the fine wise would be up to $1,000. There would also be, and you have take that back. You have, it was accessed, and then if you believe that it was also given to a third party illegally, so you would have those two violations. I know there's a lot of charges, but you really have the two violations. So you have whether it was accessed, and then whether it was given to a third party illegally outside of what would be allowed under a pharmacist relationship. So you have that, and then you can, of course, that's the fine. You can make any decision on the licenses of these two individuals that you would like to, from no action to, not suggesting revocation. I'm just saying you have anywhere from no action on their license up to revocation, and you can make that fine. The fine will be disciplinary. It will be recorded in a order. So you have the fine, and then you have any action on the license that you want to take forward. Miss Flaherty, her intern license is still active, and she also has an active application from the board for a pharmacist license, and that has been put on hold pending the outcome of today. Mr. Quinn, do you have anything you want to add to what I've said, or anything you contradict?
No, does a good job. As far as the criminal referral, the last time that I'm aware of this issue coming up the board, the file did go to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor appointed you as the special prosecutor for the board, or not for the board, but because you're familiar with the file, and that resulted in a felony conviction of that particular pharmacist. So I don't know if that was because I had to transfer the file to the prosecutor with the recommendation of the prosecutor, or whether it just is that the prosecutor. I don't think the prosecutor just happened to own it. I think that it was some type of referral.
In that case, the board did make a referral to the prosecutor's office, and there was also a confession in that case. These are, this case is a lot different than that other one. There was a confession in that case, and yes, it was referred, but the outcome today, but today's hearing has nothing to do with what might or might not happen criminally. Today, it's what's in those charges. If you find them true, regardless of what might come at another setting, is not really relevant. So I would just add that. But, and if there's no more questions, I'll turn it back over. I'm sorry, I see Ms. Ford with a hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I have a question for council before we go back off the record. Because we only have one case number, but 2 individuals named in the case, do all of the allegations and charges have to apply to both individuals? And if not, how do we break that up once we get to a decision on what we want to do moving forward?
It'll be per person. Yes, there's only one case number because it was filed together. It just would have been just mainly for judicial ease. It was just easier to have them both together instead of doing this 2 separate times, and it would have been a little more confusing. So yes, so when you go down to it, you can go by person and say these allegations were met on this person, or they weren't met. These charges were proved on this person, or they weren't proven. So you can do it by person. You can have 2 different outcomes. The same, you do not have to have the same outcome for each person. So, but yes, there only will be one case number. It'll be the case number and then the person's name. So you're able to do whatever you want per person. They don't have to match.
Thank you.
But I want to add to that, they are separate, they're within the same case, but they are separate individuals. And, you know, so they should be considered separately as far as whether they violated something or not.
I would agree with Mr. O'Quinn there. Yes, I would. We will need a motion per person on allegations and charges.
Thank you so much for your information.
And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Mitchell. And
All right, we're off the record.
Who's next?
Okay, not a whole lot to add to what Bobby and Debbie had noted. For me, the question of the appropriate access to PDMP, I believe there's requirements that have shown that. As far as the disclosure, you know, there's contradicting testimony there, so I can't say requirements for me for that part, but for the access to the PDMP.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we talked about the word proof. I think Jeff obviously access to PDMP. Didn't he should have? And I guess what I'm trying to say is his login information. So either, and that's proof in and of itself. Now, if somebody else had his login information, he doesn't know about it, I can empathize with that. There's no proof that that bird is on him, that he's got, you know, passwords, etc. Now, whether or not he, you know, remembers the reason, you know, it could be anything, and that's going to be something that is going to be one of those issue things, in my opinion, as to whether or not he accessed that PDMP for this reason or that. I think that I'm not too foolish to think that where there's smoke, there's not fire, there is, and I think that there's probably a good vein of truth for reasons on both sides. However, it's unfortunate, in my opinion, that the two had to go through a divorce, and that collateral damage that results from this is in my opinion, harming for the sake of harm. And I think that maybe the allegations on this are true, but I'm not so sure that the charges are necessarily true. So that's where I am.
I don't get a vote. I think the allegations are true and I think the charges are proven, but I don't know that. What does that mean we should do about it?
Right.
Right, like those are 2 different things.
That's correct.
You can still say this person is, I think this
This
person
happened,
is
but what do you
guilty
do
of
about it?
doing this. being of where do we go from here?
I have a question, please.
Sure.
In looking at the charges here, it's just C8 that I'm questioning because the charges 1 through 7 on the charges uses the term respondents, meaning both of them. But then C8 is just Miss Flaherty. Flaherty?
Actually, C5 is also.
Why would somebody who already had that information see that information again and decide that now all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Shorty probably knew what she was.
Yeah, so I think as far as like, whether the information was given to a third party, unless there was some testimony that I missed, because we listened to a lot today. I don't know if it was, she shared her medication profile with Zach, or she just told him that she knows what his mom's taking, because I would think it's not really sharing information, it's just if anyone did. That's the part that is a little questionable for me on whether I think it's allegation paid. If you got, I mean, I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say as well on that one, because I just couldn't really get to a point where I knew for sure that she shared the medication profile, if you will, with the son.
And then, you know, the other thing is, do we set a precedent in that when you're given information or you have access to information like that, is it going to be where you can't tell a family member to help that person if they need help? In other words,
That's not for us to decide, that's a regulation, that's already decided legally.
well, I'm just saying, can you go to a family member and say, as a pharmacist in a business, I'm concerned about so and so. And I'm not saying that has anything to do with this case, but I'm saying if you sit here and say that, well, they can't talk to his son or someone's son about their medication.
Yeah.
You can't.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Stop that.
That's still invasion of that person's privacy.
And I think the fact that on a Sunday, they looked it up, and I mean, not that we only have to believe the son, but the son specifically says she came home from work. I looked it up at work and I'm telling you this. So, I mean, she was using it against her, even if it wasn't to the extent that she might, if it were today. You know, they weren't divorced then, but she was still using information that she had knowledge of because she worked in a pharmacy, and you can't do that.
I try to boil this down to its simplest elements. Was there a breach? Was there a duty? Yeah, there's a duty. There's a duty to not access information for which you have no reason to do so. At no point in time has anyone said that the woman, that Ms. Elms, specifically asked them to access the information. Now, there was discussion of whether she came in with a prescription or not, but that was never acknowledged in any of those phone calls that we heard that were much more contemporaneous, albeit still separated by a year. So I think there's no doubt that there was a duty and that duty was breached. I think they both breached it because they needed his access code and they needed her date of birth. And I don't know that Mr. Patterman would know the lady's date of birth since she hadn't filled a prescription at Walmart, but certainly Allison would know that date of birth. And so I think that in order to access it, that both were part and parcel. But here's where it breaks down. As Ms. Elms says that the information should not have been given, but yet there was discussion about how that Allison would talk with her mother-in-law about her medication. At that time, they were still married. There was discussion about mom's meds, but albeit not sure about whether it was 2018. It is not clear to me, and I don't think Dr. Turpin refuted that there's nothing that does not allow in the prescription drug monitoring program regulations that means that you cannot access the system if you are not dispensing a prescription, if you don't specifically.
We lost you for a minute. You froze up.
What's that?
You said Dr. Turpin refuted something and then you cut out until just now.
Okay. Dr. Turpin did not say, and I went to the regulations, and I don't see anything in the regulations that go against accessing the prescription monitoring program, whether or not you specifically dispense a prescription or not.
They have to be your patient, sorry.
Well, but if the mother-in-law had asked questions of Allison and Allison was researching it to find the answer, whether she's even getting paid for that service or not, that's not a condition of providing a professional service. So I can see how there would be no limitation on the use of the prescription monitoring program to answer questions at a time when nobody's at odds and divorce is not. I mean, those are all motive, and so I don't take into account the motive. There's no discussion. Well, supposedly at first, before we heard the phone calls, there was no discussion between Allison and Dr. Patterman, but the phone calls sort of established to me that there was. But I'm not sure who Dr. Patterman would be alleged to have breached the information to, because he and Allison would have a professional relationship. There was no allegation that Dr. Patterman talked to the son. So it's not clear to me where there would be a breakdown there as far as him having breached any HIPAA regulations. So that's why I asked the burden of proof. But I guess regardless, whatever it is, whether it's a preponderance, or just more likely than not, which is, I guess, is where we are, I think absolutely we can say that the database was breached and that there's been no indication that Ms. Elms asked them to do that. But at the same time, I can see how that system could be used in a care of answering questions for her mother-in-law if, in fact, her mother-in-law was asking questions about her medication and Allison deemed that necessary to answer the questions. So I've said a lot, but in the end, I can't arrive at a decision to say that more likely than not that there was some breach of confidentiality. There was absolutely accessing of the system, but what the reasons were and what ended up with that information, now that we are post-divorce and dealing with child custody, all this kind of muddies the water. So I'm not really any closer to a decision than I was before, but if I had to decide, I can't say that somebody absolutely did something more likely than not.
Well, I guess Becca, if I could add to that, I see your dilemma. My thought is back though, more than likely the patient didn't come in. More than likely two individuals, regardless if they work together, were accessing it and talking about it, and the one then used it against her. Where his breach comes in to me is even looking it up for her and talking to her about it and letting her Allison know what the mother-in-law has taken. He was wrong all the way to there. She took it on and gave it to the husband, which then, he didn't do that part. But his wrong was he had the ability and the knowledge to open it up, look at it, tell her what's in it, and discuss whatever they did discuss. I mean, so it's always the pharmacist's responsibility what happens in a store. So, I mean, I feel like it's very much his responsibility. Now, I don't think he gave it outside to the third party.
Well, and if we could continue that dialogue for just a second, here's my thought. That Allison and the mother-in-law are having a conversation about her medications, that there are questions about it. Allison, in an attempt to answer questions, in part deems it appropriate to access the prescription monitoring program. And posing this to her preceptor or her boss, whatever the relationship was, she was an intern. So she's learning how to be a pharmacist. And so Dr. Patterman, in teaching her how to go about her professional duties, they said, let me access the prescription monitoring program for you. I know you can't, but let's access it. We'll identify the information that's in there that may be useful in you helping to answer your question. And so in that regard, I can see how that could be directly used, how his involvement comes into play, if in fact there was some professional relationship, irrespective of whether Allison or anybody else was getting paid for that service.
Okay,
their services away all the time. So I could see how that could be used in a professional way, separate and apart from dispensing of a prescription.
and I don't disagree with you, that could have happened. But nobody testified that that's the story. That's what happened.
Right, yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
But nobody didn't testify that that wasn't the story either.
I'll tell you another may have happened or conjecture that the 900-pound gorilla standing in the room, and that is, if they weren't getting a divorce, we'd probably never heard of this. So it wouldn't have been a problem.
But let's think of this, if Becca calls me and asks me something about her medicine and I'm wanting to help her and I go in and look it up or get my pharmacist to look it up, that doesn't make it okay. Becca didn't give me the permission to do that. And I don't think this individual gave even if she discussed it with her daughter-in-law, I don't think she gave her permission to go look at it, talk to her pharmacist about it and all that.
So what do you want to do?
Kiss Miss Carol.
Dr. Newsom?
Yeah, but in my opinion, that wasn't what happened. You had an individual that came in, I guess in layman's terms, mouthing off about her mother-in-law. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't have been happening in the pharmacy. But by her mouthing off the way she did, it enticed the head pharmacist to do a breach by looking up information on the mother-in-law. None of that was good. The intent was not favorable. It was all done in malice. So that changes the picture of everything. It just got caught up in all the drama that was going on.
How do we know there was malice? How do we know there was malice in 2018?
Well, I didn't see her going in talking about nice things about her mother-in-law.
She testified.
That's what I have proof, but that's what I feel about this whole case.
What do we want to do?
Right, so what do we want to do? Can we start with what we think is an appropriate course of action for Dr. Patterman?
Like a review of charges and then.
Yes, and what are we gonna do?
I couldn't quite tell what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't either, yeah.
Sorry. Let's start with figuring out, going through the allegations and the charges and determining how we feel for Dr. Patterman. And what are we going to do for him?
Okay.
Not everybody all at once.
So the charges that are applicable to him are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Ones that are unique to Ms. Flaherty or Dr. Flaherty now are, 5 and 8. 5 and 8 are, it sounds like all 8 charges that's currently laid out are for her.
And what I'm hearing is that there is some question on 8 as to whether or not she actually used the information from the PDNP to incorrectly disclose that, or if the disclosure was just based on what she knew personally from being involved.
That's where I landed with it.
Okay. And honestly, I don't think the course of action would be much different regardless of the finding on that particular charge. Because if we had,
So it would only lead to, I'm sorry.
if we hadn't, if this was here, right, or if there had not been an inappropriate access of the PDNP, we wouldn't be here. The complaint would have come in, the board would have investigated, and there would have been, sorry, this is a personal issue. We looked into it, but we don't have any evidence this actually occurred. But unfortunately, we have actual evidence.
So what you're saying is we have a PDNP complaint of what is reportedly an alleged HIPAA violation.
Not sure that's what I said, but sure.
In other words, they disclose personal information, but the complaint of disclosure of personal information had nothing to do with access to the PDNP.
We don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we don't know. All we know is if they were still married, this probably wouldn't have happened.
Even if they weren't, if she had not improperly accessed the PDNP, then there would be no question as to whether or not whatever information was allegedly disclosed was obtained because she had, you know what I mean, information as a pharmacist, or because she was the daughter-in-law and they had a conversation, right?
Only thing I can say is what do you want?
Yeah, well,
I mean, we can't confirm anything.
right. But we don't have to either.
That's right. I mean, I think that, you know what you want to do?
I think the loop, to me, the loop boiled down when we talk about violations that we have inappropriate access to the community. And have a violation that's given to a third party. So for me, the second part is the part that's questionable for me on whether that's true. There's a preponderance of the second violation. The first violation, that there was inappropriate access to the PDNP, I feel like has been shown. I don't want to go into that, but because we've all kind of given our input there. So I think in our discussions, we just need to talk about those 2 violations and how it relates to each of these pharmacists, and then what the corresponding charges would be and what we want to do as far as the fines.
So for Dr. Patterman, what would you propose?
I don't see a reason why 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 are the ones that are actually known. I don't see how any of those are not applicable.
Okay.
Talk about that. First.
So what is that saying, Becca? Can you?
He said he thinks charges 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 are true or proven for Dr. Patterman.
Agree.
I agree.
So what are we gonna do?
I think he gets the first part of the fine that he did it. And then the second part of the fine, he didn't really go use the information. So he would get the $1,000 fine, whereas that would just be my thought. We can talk about it.
I agree with that.
And what are we using as proof that we're sure in that?
His initials were used in the system to open the PMP, and there was no prescription.
I could not establish a relationship between him and the patient that would give him a reason on that day to open up that PDMP.
Right.
Based on calls, based on the reported phone calls, and just the circumstantial evidence that both of their PDMPs were open on the same day, and they were working on the same day. That's where the preponderance for me favors.
And he testified that he knew she had issues with her mother-in-law, but she was last week at the pharmacy, and nobody could say the mother-in-law was in the store. I think there was a general awareness that that was not a good relationship.
So it sounds like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and $1,000 fine for the appropriate access.
Okay. I did want to say allegation 8, somebody questioned whether or not that was true. I think the allegation is saying this is what the complaint stated. So
Say that again, please.
I think that was charge 8, wasn't it? That we were talking about, charge number 8,
Yeah.
not the allegation number 8.
And technically he did disclose it, but he didn't disclose it to somebody other than her, but that's still disclosing.
No.
Okay, so I think we have a plan on Dr. Patterman. What about Dr. Flaherty?
Well, I mean, on one hand, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
But she might have gone a step further than him to use it. So in her, I mean, my suggestion would be the $2,000 fine. She accessed it and she used it. And I found them all proven and true.
And what for?
I agree with that.
I don't know if I see the proof that she accessed it. I do see the proof that he accessed it, but I think that it's, once again, it's just conjecture on our part. We have no proof.
No, but for me, the charges are related to professional and dishonorable conduct.
Yeah.
Ask somebody. Like if you ask a colleague to do something wrong, you're an accomplice. It's not wrong. But you see what I mean? Like you're just. He didn't pull her name out of thin air and her date of birth. You can guess it. But I absolutely don't think that she should be like ineligible to be pharmacist.
You don't think what, Becca? You don't think?
I don't think there's, like, if she was already a practicing pharmacist, I would not say we need to take her license. I think a monetary fine is appropriate and then allowing her to take the NAPLEX because I think by all the character reference letters, I think she does a good job at work.
I agree with that. And I think that if you think about the safety of the public, which is our charge, I think there were enough complicating situations around this circumstance that it wouldn't put the public at risk going forward to allow her to continue on her path to
Should there be any kind of, I don't know that more him than her, but should there be, I don't even know that we have this option, but should there be some kind of probation or satisfy some terms? Because, I mean, you know, if they did this for one person, who else might have they done it for, or who else could they do it, or who, I don't know. I mean, on one hand, I think a monetary fine helps you learn a lesson, but is there anything additional different that we want to help learn a lesson? Because that's the real important thing here, is to learn something from it and not repeat it.
Right.
Regardless if it's mother-in-law, friend, husband, you know, person of interest.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we're not able to do it because she's not a pharmacist yet. So our hands are kind of tied there.
Well, I do think we should let her take her boards and become a pharmacist. I'm just wondering on either one, I mean, is there some kind of letter we can put in their chart, letter of admonition? I don't know what all that it could be called, but is there something besides just a monetary fine that, you know, if you do something similar, it would be much worse next time? Or maybe if you didn't even a pharmacist, probation to get to be a pharmacist and then be a good one and get off of probation.
Well, wouldn't characterize, I mean, how, if you're going to find, this definitely has to be disciplinary. Does disciplinary characterization not accomplish that?
It does.
It does.
So we placed, and I just, we may have to go on the record to ask Luke this, but since this happened while she was in her internship, does that discipline apply to the intern license, or will it carry over to when she's licensed as a pharmacist after she passes her?
How can you do that so one of those in the learning phase? They're in the learning phase. They're learning about PDMP, they're learning about pharmacy. What's
I'm
going
not
on.
advocating.
I mean, what do you want to put a shirt do? What, that's, I mean, I don't know that.
Well, I think she's been dishonest to the board today.
At which point?
When she said she didn't access
I don't have any proof
it.
that
Why
she
didn't you take
did.
her word or his word?
I'm just saying, she said she didn't access it. Can I prove that she did?
Oh, come on.
I mean, if you can, that's great. I'm just telling you for me.
It's her mother-in-law, not his, so he didn't have a need to access it. She had to ask him to, or gripe about her and suggested it. I mean, there's too much.
So do I understand the question is that it will be a disciplinary action and it's always going to be on the records of both, whether or not she's a technician or whether or not she is a pharmacist, it's still going to follow her all the way on out from here. Is that correct?
It needs to.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe double check that.
As it will for him. To be perfectly honest, I think that both, I don't think either one of them are going to do something this, I don't think they thought it through, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think that it was an impulsive thing that happened. I don't think he would have ever done it had, she not had an interest or motive, but that's beside the point. He let it happen. But it's going to follow him forever regardless. So.
Yeah, I would think
and it's a stain on their reputation.
I think if we find them and it's discipline and it does follow her pharmacist license, then I'd be good with that.
That sounds like a good plan.
Okay, so Dr. Jolly, are you prepared to make a motion on Dr. Patterman?
I am,
Don't make it yet.
no, I'm not.
Before we go back on the record, I want to make sure we have a plan.
Yes, I can do. I do have one question about that allegations. I want to make a motion for that. I might have to ask Lee. Like, here's going to be my question. All of the allegations, this is just a little bit different because we got two people on the same one. So like, all of the allegations still apply to him, even though they're specific to her, the right of what does that. Does that make sense?
I think the allegations are factual.
So all allegations would still be applicable for,
I think so.
Dr. Mack, are you prepared to make a motion on Dr. Flaherty?
yes, that all the allegations were true and all charges proven? Is that where we are?
If it would make some of the board members feel better to find charge 8 not proven or not true, I don't think that changes the course of action. I don't think that would change the discipline. But if that changes a vote, it would make some of the board members more comfortable speaking out of their role views.
I mean, isn't that kind of what she did? She got it, used it. Maybe she did disclose it. She attempted to obtain, she knowingly obtained it. I mean, I'm not sure what part of that would not be true, but
yeah, or
proven.
Yeah, I think that CH should be, it has been proven. It's exactly what she did.
Now, where Dr. Jolly might be is A8 really isn't against him. See, A8 is really against Flaherty.
Okay, I think we're ready to go back on the record.
All right, let's go back on the record. Turn the meeting over to
All right, I believe we're gonna have 2 separate motions, one for Dr. Patterman and one for Dr. Flaherty. So I'll first take a motion for Dr. Jeff Patterman.
Motion. In the matter of Jeff Patterman, PD 06178, case number 2020-116, allegations 1 through 8 are true, charges 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 are proven. Board imposes a $1,000 fine, disciplinary for these violations.
A motion from Dr. Jolly, do I have a second?
I second it.
Second from Dr. Newsom. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries. I'll accept the motion in the matter of Dr. Flaherty.
I'll make a motion for Allison Flaherty, PI 22626, case number 2020-116. Allegations 1 through 8 are true and charges 1 through 8 have been proven. And I would suggest a $2,000 fine, 1,000 for actually the breach, the other 1,000 for giving the information out. $2,000 fine, and it would be disciplinary.
Second.
Matt, do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Rader. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Can we take a roll call vote just to have that on the record? Ms. Rader?
I'm sorry, Dr. Mitchell, I didn't understand what you said.
I'm going to take a roll call vote so we have it on the record.
Okay.
How do you vote?
Okay. Aye.
Dr. Mack?
Aye.
Dr. Newsom?
Aye.
Dr. Richmond?
Nay.
Ms. Ford?
Aye.
Dr. Jolly?
Aye.
Dr. Cross?
Nay.
The motion carries.
All right, let the record reflect the board's decision as to Dr. Patterman and Dr. Flaherty, as reflected by the respective votes on each of those motions. These votes, decision will be reduced to writing, and service will be made or attended on all parties. The respondents want to appeal the decision. Appeal can be taken under the Administrative Procedures Act, Arkansas Code annotated section 25-15-201 and others. And if there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Dr. Turpin, what time do we want to?
That's what I was just about to ask. I was trying to see if Mr. Daniel was able to get back on with us to see what time we were coming back.
Just try to dial in and figure it out.
Yeah, he got kicked off the connection there. So what time do y'all want to?
Everybody for their time.
Thank you.
What time do you guys want to come back? You just take an hour? How long do you need?
That's fine. I can do that. I can go back. I got lots of the office. So I can do that.
2:30?
2:30.
2:30.
Okay.
Dr. Richmond?
Yes, just wanted a reminder, I'd had a chat with you and Mr. Daniel that I can't attend this afternoon.
We got you. Thank you for being with us this morning, Dr. Richmond.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.
So
2:30.
He's.
What's the plans? Sorry, I got bumped off when y'all were doing the motions. We coming back at 2:30?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's early enough.
I guess it doesn't matter if I'm hungry or not, and I'm
Yeah.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Hey, John, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, there was a deal on Brenda's desk that also stapled copies of 2B. Gotcha, thank you.
Luke, how you doing?
Do what?
How you doing?
I'm good. I mean, I felt better and I'd rather be there in person, but it is what it is.
Well, I hope you don't have COVID.
I appreciate that. That makes two of us.
You have after you were vaccinated before.
I did. It was 2 weeks after my second. Everybody in my whole household, my mom and my wife, and I were all today.
Yeah, cold one.
We're unmuted, says the video is on. Waiting on Debbie, I think. There she is.
And correct me, Dr. Richmond and Dr. Kraus are out this afternoon, is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry, I was here. I was just waiting on y'all to get ready.
There you go.
And Mr. Harris, when you get on the record and start, I do have a few preliminary matters just to get on the record.
Sure. Preliminary as to this case.
Yes, for this case.
We'll check roll so we can make sure.
All right.
Sure. Oh, well, we're alive.
Oh, we're ready.
We got the jump on you, buddy.
So I'm just gonna quickly take roll so that we have it on the record that we have a forum. I'm Becca Mitchell, I'm the current president of the State Board of Pharmacy. Present for this hearing is Dr. Lenora Newsom, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Debbie Mack, Ms. Carol Rager, and Ms. Amy Ford. So we do have a forum.
Okay. So we'll get started. This is before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, August 9th, 2021, about 2:40 p.m. This is case number 2021-08 in the matter of White River Pharmacy LLC, Arkansas license 20870. Tammy Bitzer, Doctor of Pharmacy 09561, Natalio Solari, owner. Since we have Mr. Daniel, I think you wanted to get some preliminary things on the record. Can I identify
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I do have a few matters to get on the record before we start this hearing. There is going to be no, the respondents are not going to be present today. This matter involving Tammy Bitzer has been resolved. She has agreed to a voluntary suspension of her pharmacist license, and that is in effect. There will not be any, need for a ruling to be made on her part. As far as the matter with Dr. Bitzer, it is resolved. I also have spoken to her attorney, and he has sent me a letter stating that if Dr. Bitzer was subpoenaed to testify today, she would assert her Fifth Amendment right under the Constitution not to testify on the grounds that she might incriminate herself. So based on that, I have not called her, and I will not be calling her as a witness. That is her right to do so, and she has chosen to do that. So there will be no testimony from Dr. Bitzer. And she, like I said, and her matter is resolved. The matter today before the board is to White River Pharmacy, and as such to its owner, which is Natalio Solari. I'm not exactly sure how how you pronounce that. White River Pharmacy and Mr. Solari were served. I have spoken at length with White River's counsel, and they are from out of state. He sent me an email. Let me pull it up real quick. He sent me an email just a few days ago stating that White River would not be present today. White River canceled his pharmacy license on January 31st of 2020. And so since they have not operated in 6 months and they are no longer licensed, they would not be appearing. This matter was originally set for a hearing in February this year. Just a few days before that hearing on January 31st, they did cancel their license and said that they were no longer licensed with the Board of Pharmacy. They did that, like I said, just a few days before the hearing. This matter had to be moved because of scheduling conflicts. It was moved to April of this year. At that time in January and February, the same counsel that was representing White River was also representing Ms. Bitzer. Within a few days of our hearing set for April, they told her that they would no longer represent her. So we rescheduled the matter again for today's date to allow her to consult with counsel if she wanted to, and she did choose to do that. We did not believe it was fair to have the hearing just within a few days of her losing counsel that she had had for over a year. So that's why it has been moved to today's date. And like I said, I just recently received that message from White River's counsel stating that they don't believe that they have to appear since they're no longer licensed here. All of the matters, well, I'll get into my opening in just a minute, but just wanted to get all that on the record. And also at this time, would ask for you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and Arkansas Pharmacy Board regulations. And at this time would move to enter exhibits 1 through 40 into evidence.
So noticed and so admitted. Mr. Taylor, you want to do it? I'll dispense with the preliminaries about the Administrative Procedures Act and things like that, since it doesn't sound like we have a lay respondent, unless you want me to go through all that. Otherwise, if you want to give a brief opening statement, or you can call your first witness.
I'll just give a brief opening statement. This was an investigation that was conducted by Dr. Cindy Fain, and also oh yeah, I guess the witnesses do need to be sworn in. Can we swear? Sorry about that. Can we swear? I'm going to have Dr. McCrady, Cindy Fain, and Courtney Fitz. I'm sorry, I pronounced your last name wrong. If they can get sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Like I said, this was a matter that was investigated by Dr. Fain and also Dr. McCrady. This was White River Pharmacy was located at the time. They were licensed at the time of all of the matters that are pending before the board today. Like I said, they decided right before the hearing that scheduled in February that they would close. And after that, it was kind of the board was kind of pretty much told that, well, they're not licensed anymore, so they're not going to show up. This is, as the evidence will show, Dr. Fain will go through shortly with she has a PowerPoint presentation and will give testimony. At the end of this, you will also hear from Dr. McCrady and from Courtney, who is here. Courtney was a pharmacy tech during this time at White River, and she is here to testify also today. This was a healthcare fraud is pretty much what this investigation is. You will hear that they were just pretty much taking prescriptions that did not appear to have a valid doctor-patient relationship. This was almost all commercial creams and diabetic supplies. They were billing. They would run one prescription through several insurance to see which one paid the most, and then they would charge for the highest one and reverse the others out. You also hear testimony that they were actually reusing prescription medications that had been returned instead of going through the proper channels to destroy those. This was a make as much money as quick as possible before we get caught, pretty much scam. So with all that being said, I'll see Dr. McCrady walking out, but I'll give her just a few minutes and then I will call her first to get through some preliminary technical matters. And then we will go on to Dr. Fain and Courtney. Dr. McCrady, I'm gonna call you as the first witness. We're looking at, and I know there's a lot of exhibits here, and we're gonna go through some of them briefly. Looking at Exhibit 1, which is the order notice of hearing, and it does have today's date and today's time for the hearing. Is that correct? And and you have also board members, you've been handed, and Ms. Ford, I'm sorry, you weren't able to open. Did you get the packet that was mailed?
I do not have that in front of me.
Okay. She will, okay. Dr. Fain's gonna put up, it's too big to email. So Dr.
Okay,
Fain's
I'll
gonna
just
put
follow
up.
the slides.
Perfect, thank you. And I apologize for the misstep on that.
Yeah.
Do you think they know that we're not on with them anymore?
Yes, they know.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
The board is offline.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
So
Those original sound.
everybody in our boardroom got kicked off of Zoom, so we're rebooting the system, and my computer came up first, which Cindy will be at. She's got the board computer that does all of our streaming and everything. So Luke's also trying to get back on. He got kicked off as well. So it's going to take just a couple minutes. Here he comes.
All right, that was fun. Are we back? Can everybody hear me?
Not even on the screen.
All right, now can you hear us?
I can hear everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Video, Cindy.
Start video, I don't know
It's right beside the bottom, right beside the mute button.
how. Oh. There we go.
Okay, I can see everybody. The fun of technology. All right, so I guess, Mr. Harris, I'll just start over with Dr. McCrady, if that works for you.
That works for me. Let's go back on the record and proceed, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. Dr. McCrady, we were talking about Exhibit 1 just briefly. That's the order notice hearing for today, and it does have today's date and time, or today's date with 1:30 time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm looking at Exhibit 2, and I've also provided the board with Exhibit 2B, which is proof of service. This was emailed to White River's Council of Record, and we did hear back from them that they received that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It was also mailed to the address on file for the pharmacy, and it was mailed to the pharmacy and to the owner at the address of record for the pharmacy. Correct?
Correct.
And White River nor Mr. Solaria is present today. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and looking over, I'm going to go over to Exhibit 6, which is a change of ownership application. The board received this, it looks like around June 17th of 2019. This is the change of ownership application, which shows Italo Solari as the new owner, and he is 100% ownership. This application shows that it was received and processed on June 17th of 19. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On that, and I'm looking at the second page of Exhibit 6. On that, it shows, and it would be the first page of the application. It doesn't have a mail order pharmacy checked on that, does it?
It does not.
And also, I'm flipping over, which would be page 5 of the application, where it talks about they will have a strong community relationship with providers and patients, et cetera, on to the question, how does your pharmacy ensure a valid patient-physician relationship? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was the last change of ownership application as of from June 17th of 2019 until they closed earlier this year. This was the correct ownership for Italo Solari with 100% ownership, and he shows Florida.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I had no further questions for Dr. McCrady.
Any board questions? Questions from any board member? Dr. McCrady.
Do you know how, maybe I'm getting too far ahead, just to read this, how many patients, insurance information?
You've got that will come out in this one.
Okay.
Any other board member questions for Dr. McCrady? All right, Mr. Daniel, call your second.
Dr. Fain, board calls Dr. Cindy Fain. Dr. Fain, you were the investigator assigned to this file. Will you just kind of, I guess, how did this start, and just kind of walk through what you found?
So the pharmacy application, can I go ahead and start using the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
All right, give me just a second. Upload that. So this is the address. Is everybody able to see that? So this is the name and address of the White River Pharmacy located in Springdale. So history-wise, the Board of Pharmacy received the application in October of 2017. And if you'll hang on a second, I'm trying to minimize that. There we go. And then the an inspector will go do the preliminary opening approval inspection. That was done in February of 18 by Inspector Rusty McFadden. And then I tried to do a follow-up inspection within a few months after opening, so I can ascertain, you know, if they've got any problems early on and make sure that they're legitimate. So I drove by there no less than 3 times in between April and July of 2018. The business was empty, there was no signage. And so then the Board of Pharmacy contacted the PIC, which was Danny Bitzer, and the pharmacy opened up on September 27th of 2018. I went back a month later on October the 24th to do a follow-up inspection. And in the month that they were open, they only filled 5 prescriptions. They were for family members of the PIC. So then I returned to the pharmacy on November the 14th of 2018, and they'd only filled 1 additional prescription since I'd been there previously, so a total of 6. In April of 19, they had a pharmacy change of ownership. I returned to the pharmacy in July of 19, and they were actively filling prescriptions. And I'm going to show you pictures of the pharmacy, and you'll understand why I was suspicious at this point, because of the way it was set up. In early April of 2020, I received a call from a technician, Courtney Pfizer, and then staff, Luke Daniel, attorney, and Assistant Director Dr. Brenda McCrady, and I went and served a subpoena and obtained records on April 15th of 2020. So this is a picture of the strip mall that the pharmacy is located in, and it's shaped like an M. And so this would be looking at it from the long side of the M. And it appears to be that there's some empty suites and that sort of thing. It's not fully occupied, but they're located on the back side. On, like, if you went around the back and you went inside of the letter M, that's where they're located. So there's no signage on the outside next to the road indicating there's a pharmacy there. And you can see there's no even signage on the outside of the building that they're actually occupying. You walk into the pharmacy, and this is the pharmacist's office on the left, and then on the right, if you made a right-hand turn, you'd have to go through the pharmacist's office and then to this room on the right, and that's the picture that you see on the right-hand side. And as you can see, there's very little, if anything, there. So there's no exterior signage. They're on the back of the strip mall. There's minimal stock on hand. This is their OTC section, and then this is their prescription section. And so this picture was taken in February of 2019. So that's about 6 months after they're open, and that's all they have on stock. So the business model was White River Pharmacy was selling mostly topical products to patients in multiple states. They were licensed in 16 states in addition to Arkansas. They also shipped into 4 other states without a license. Those numbers next to the states is how many prescriptions they shipped into those states without having a license in those states. During my inspection, I observed financial assistance applications on the counter that had Wellness RX Pharmacy on it. That's under Exhibit 7, and I'll have a picture of it here in a second. The owner, Philo Solari, I have a screenshot of his LinkedIn page where he's soliciting insurance information. They have a sales force that would contact potential patients, and they would review the symptoms utilizing a questionnaire. I'm going to show you the questionnaire. They had non-medical representatives that would determine a need based on the questionnaire and then send prescriptions to the prescriber for signature. I have exhibits that come back, everything up. Patients are told that a physician will be contacting them later, but I did a survey that indicates that prescribers did not call the patients. So this is a picture of the licenses that are posted in the pharmacy and a listing of the states they were licensed in. There's some additional licensures there. This is a copy of the financial assistance application. And as you can see, it lists Wellness RX Pharmacy in Coral Springs, Florida. It does not have the phone number or the address or the name of White River Pharmacy at all. Here's a screenshot of the LinkedIn page for Elo Solari. And it says buying RX leads for pain cream under 65 selected bids and states. So that screenshot was posted on July the 8th of 2019. Here's a copy of the questionnaire that the non-medical representatives used. This first page is just demographics. Sorry, the second page is insurance information, but then they start asking about pain. You know, where do you hurt? How much does it hurt? Did you have an accident? Describe the pain, any surgeries, any other treatments. But then they also ask if they have dry skin, if they have foot fungus or acid reflux. And then they have some additional miscellaneous information. So this was the questionnaire that was being utilized by the non-medical representatives that were not located at White River Pharmacy. I'm not sure where they were located. So then there's a fax cover sheet that goes with that. Now I'm going to hone in on some of the phrasing here in just a minute. But take note that it says, please fax back to 1-800-473-7001. That is not the phone number for White River Pharmacy. That'll come into play here in a second. So if you enlarge the document that I just previously showed you, it says Demo Div has authorized our company to send a request to obtain a written prescription. Our wellness assessment concluded this will benefit the patient significantly and improve the quality of life. We appreciate your timely response to this request. If you have any questions, please contact our Blue Mosaic Health Services team, and it gives a phone number. Through contacts with people who have complained, and also the technician who's going to testify, they also used 3 other telemarketing groups that we were able to identify, namely Quivitech, Health Connect, and RX Network. The phone number that I asked you all to take note of at 1-800-473-7001 checks back to Call MD Plus, which is not the pharmacy. So that is a violation of our regulation that says you can't have an intermediary. You know, the prescriptions have to be transmitted directly from the prescriber to the pharmacy and not have an intermediary person or entity. So the prescription transmission and validity, while I was doing the inspection, I observed fax prescriptions, but they did not have a header. The fax prescriptions came to the pharmacy email, and I asked Dr. Bitzer if they were coming directly to her or if there was, you know, an intervening party. And a couple days later, she called me back and said they were coming directly to her. I also observed a box of prescriptions that was probably 3 or 4 inches tall. And I asked her, where did those prescriptions come from? And she said that they were prescriptions that had been transferred to her, and she hadn't input them into the computer yet. And I asked her what pharmacy sent them to her, and she said she did not know. This is not an approved method of transferring prescriptions. The prescriptions, which I'm going to show you here in a second, had multiple options within each disease category based on insurance coverage. I had blank prescriptions that were pre-signed by 2 different prescribers that were located in White River Pharmacy. One prescriber had a suspended license in Tennessee and Indiana that they were utilizing. Our technician that's a witness today is going to talk more about Dr. Ananda De Silva. They tried to contact him in September of 19 and were not able to reach him, but they continued to fill prescriptions by him through April of 20. We have a complaint from Humana Insurance. in the summary, it says that Dr. Hamza Minhas denied prescribing 25 different medications for 9 different patients, and Dr. Glenn Gardner denied prescribing 2 prescriptions for 1 patient. Luke, are you good if I just keep going? Okay.
Yes,
So-
you just keep going, and if I need to jump in with a question, I will.
Okay. So this is a sample of the blank prescription that was located within the pharmacy provided to us by Courtney Fitzer. And as you can see, it's got an electronic signature at the bottom from Dr. Martin Kerwin that was signed on April the 2nd of 2020, but there's nothing, there's no patient information or anything. And I'm going to bring out some specifics on that prescription here in a second. This is another 2 prescriptions that were pre-signed by Dr. Sheena Mbachu on January the 30th of 2020. Again, there's no patient information. You can see that there's different categories. This is like topical anti-acne agent, topical pain and inflammation management, and under each of those categories, there's choices of drugs to prescribe. If you enlarge that prescription, above the doctor's signature, it says that this letter will serve as an attestation of the following. I maintain proper and valid licensure in the state of blank. I established a valid prescriber-patient relationship with the patient identified above, which continued through the consult date and/or date of this prescription. Then on the bottom, I mean, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but on the bottom, it also says, I authorize the PIC pharmacist in charge to substitute the prescribed product that I prescribed with an alternative formula or equivalent product available during that period. I'm missing a word there. If the patient does not have insurance, has a high deductible or copay, or has an insurance policy that does not cover the particular product or compound I have prescribed. By signing this prescription, I authorize the pharmacy to adjust the quantity written as needed based on the patient's insurance plan limitations. So, Dr. Darrell Reinhardt, his Tennessee license was suspended in November of 2018. His Indiana license was suspended in February of 2019. And after that period, there were 13 new prescriptions filled by White River Pharmacy from December of 19 to April of 2020 under Dr. Reinhardt's name. This is screenshots from the medical board in Indiana, where it shows that his license was suspended in February of 19. The right-hand side is a screenshot of the Tennessee Department of Health. Dr. Reinhardt's license was suspended in November of 2018. The reason being guilty of prescribing narcotics or other medications and controlled substances in amounts and for durations not medically necessary, advisable, or justified. So, Dr. Ananda De Silva is out of Missouri. The pharmacy was trying to contact him to get a prior authorization in 2019 in September. The phone number that was on file was a hospital in Missouri. Hospital personnel, Courtney Pfizer will testify that they told her Dr. De Silva had not worked there in several years. White River Pharmacy was told, they did call the Florida office to get a better phone number for him, and they were told that they were not permitted to directly contact the prescribers. White River Pharmacy continued to fill their prescriptions under Dr. De Silva's name throughout, all the way through April of 2020, despite being unable to reach him. Dr. De Silva's name was used on 1,065 prescriptions, 21.3% of all the prescriptions filled during that 4-month time, that 4.5-month time. I identified 42 patients that were from Arkansas and sent them a survey. And I received 22 responses to that survey, so a 50% response rate. 21 out of the 22 stated they had never spoken to a physician. 19 stated that the pharmacy already had their insurance information. 7 patients claimed that they'd never received a call from the pharmacy. 5 patients stated that they never received medications, even though it was billed to their insurance. and 3 patients stated that they received refills that they did not request. Here's some excerpts of responses that I got. So the typed question is part of the survey, and their written part is not their response. I'm just going to read the highlighted. So I asked the people that called and who did they say they represented. They didn't say who they represented. They sent me medicine that I didn't order. I have not been contacted by any physician or prescriber. They just start sending me that package I didn't order. No, I didn't ask for no refill. They sent me a refill that I didn't ask for. So that was patient TH, and these 2 prescriptions were billed to his insurance. Now, one of those was reversed, but there was at least 1 prescription. And I only have a 4-month snapshot of what they were billing. We did not get all of their billing records for the entire period. So it was quite a lengthy record, and so we thought 4 months work was really all that we needed to work with. We got sufficient. So this patient, I said, did you ask for refills? No, they just kept sending them. Did you receive refills? Yes. I kept telling them I had enough. So this patient was CJ, and there were at least 2 prescriptions that were filled. But if you look at the prescription numbers themselves, like in one that from 12/23/19, that's RX 2243-6, that's the 6th refill. The original refill would have a 0 after it, and then 1 would be the first refill, et cetera. So you can see that, there were multiple occasions that this was at least run through the computer. This person wrote me a letter in response to the survey. Says, I've never ordered any medications of any type from this pharmacy. I've never heard of or talked to this doctor or any rep from the White River Pharmacy. This is a concern to know that my personal information is out there for anyone to use. I do not know how this pharmacy or anyone else was able to use my information and bill my insurance without me getting it to them. Please, if you would let me know what I should do and how to deal with this kind of problem. I also will help you in any way if it's possible, for I do not like the idea that I am being used to scam my insurance company out of money. Thank you for contacting me and letting me know about the problem. So that was patient RW. These are the prescriptions that were filled and billed to his insurance. So, billing and refills. The claim was submitted to insurance well in advance of shipping to the patient. The PIC stated it was due to lack of stock due to offsite ordering. Ms. Spitzer is going to explain the offsite ordering in a little bit, but they were sending the claims through on insurance anywhere from 3 to 18 days ahead of time before they actually sent to the doctor. So they were pulling the money from the insurance company to pay for the next order that they got. Prescriptions billed to insurance that were not received by patients. So 5 patients on the surveys said that they did not ever get any drugs. When we were in the pharmacy on April 15th, 20, there was medication in the return bin that was supposedly getting ready to be destroyed, but it had not been reversed on insurance. And then there were a complaint from Humana where 11 patients denied receiving their medications that had been billed to insurance. Medication returned to the pharmacy was reused for other patients. I'm going to freeze you out, sorry. It's okay. For example, the Humana audit reveals that 76,920 grams of lidocaine provocaine cream was purchased by White River Pharmacy, and they billed 81,090 grams was billed to Humana. So they billed more than they purchased. And I'll have you also keep in mind that that wasn't the only insurance company that they were utilizing either. Patient co-pays were waived, and then automatic refills. Ms. Spitzer will get into that, but pharmacy staff was told to automatically refill even though there was an outstanding balance to the patient. Prescriptions were automatically refilled even after the previous prescriptions had been returned to the pharmacy. And White River employees were told not to offer the patient an offer to return the medication. Prescriptions were filled based on reimbursement. White River Pharmacy received a form from Florida listing which drugs were covered by which insurance. For example, Humana would not pay for lidocaine ointment, but they would pay for lidocaine lidocaine cream. I observed that in December of 19, they switched from Desonide cream to Desonide ointment. Ms. Spitzer explained to me that insurance quit paying for Desonide cream, so they switched them to Desonide ointment. Other prescriptions that were abnormal, like they filled prescriptions for cyclobenzapine 7.5, which is a newer strength and it's more expensive for reimbursement. They did not have on hand, nor did they ever fill any prescriptions for 5 or 10 milligrams cyclobenzapine. They were billing for omeprazole, bicarbonate, 1100 milligram capsules, but they didn't have any other PPIs on hand or any other antacids that they were billing. Same thing with naproxen sodium controlled release 375 milligrams. They were billing for that, but they didn't have any other NSAIDs or any other strengths of naproxen. So to reinforce we were told that they were doing test claims to insurance to find out which ones were being reimbursed best, and this will back that statement up. So the prescriptions from December the 4th, 2019 began at number 1033 and ended at 8991 on April 15th, 2020. So that means there were 7,958 numbers available, but only 2,478 of those were accounted for with filled prescriptions. Everything else has been deleted or reversed. So Humana claim audit also claims that there was a 42.66 reversal rate on the claims that they audited. The total number or total quantity billed to insurance for that 4.5 month period of time was $5.7 million. The amount authorized to be paid to the pharmacy was $1.3 million. There were approximately 6,600 prescriptions for clobetasol ointment, and some of the claims were as high as $2,132, but the average claim was $347. I'm not going to read you all of those, but you get the idea that this was the majority of their business. They didn't have prescriptions for blood pressure or diabetes or asthma, that sort of thing. Here's a close-up of a prescription where it says if diflurazone 0.05% ointment is not covered, please substitute lidocaine 5% topical ointment. If that's not covered, please substitute lidocaine pridocaine. So this supports what we've been told. When we were there on April 15th of 2020, we observed these stacks of labels and patient education information. These were about 10 days old. They went back about 10 days. As far as like this, they were waiting to fulfill these prescriptions based on receiving stock, is what we were told. This is an example of something that was in the return bin, and I have blacked out the patient's identity. And this picture was taken on April the 15th. It was in that box that's at my feet right there. And there's some that are laid out on shelving. These were returned to sender. It says that they were refused. You can see that on the piece of papers it's refused. This is refused over here. There was a postcard that the staff was supposed to put in each prescription that encouraged patients to sign up for automatic refills. This is a statement that was on hand at the pharmacy, and basically it's showing that they were waiving the copays because this person had a lengthy list of copays, and this was in a basket that was getting ready to be sent out more prescriptions to this patient. This person said that they did not receive medication from White River Pharmacy. I did not talk to anyone at all and don't know who you all is talking about. That patient was LW, and these 2 prescriptions were billed to his insurance from White River Pharmacy. This patient said that they did not receive medication from White River Pharmacy. He said they tried to contact me, but I hung up on him. That was patient MW, and these are 2 prescriptions that were billed to his insurance. Did you receive medication from White River Pharmacy? Never. I don't know the man. When it says, have you had any contact with the physician? I don't know the man, and I never obtained any kind of information from him ever. And this was billed to that person's insurance. This is we have them print out a summary of the prescriptions from December the 4th, 2019 to April 15th, 2020. And this is the last page, the summary page, where it shows that they billed $5.7 million to insurance, and that the insurance authorized payment of $1.3 million. It also has the cost of the prescription bill at the bottom, which was $298,854. We received multiple complaints regarding White River Pharmacy. So in September of 2019, Blue Cross and Blue Shield received a complaint that she received a call claiming to be from White River Pharmacy, stating they were contracted with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City, and they knew that she'd met deductible for a year. February of 2020, had a patient in Illinois that copied the Board of Pharmacy on a letter sent to the White River Pharmacy, complaining he had asked them to remove him from the call list, and they continued to call him. In April of 2020, a senior living center in Colorado, the administrator contacted me, or contacted the board, and the patient received medication, and the facility's policies received that they verify the order. They were unable to reach the prescriber, so then they called the pharmacy. The pharmacy played a recording of the patient who agreed to accept the meds. Facility staff informed the Board of Pharmacy that this patient is deaf and mute and unable to speak on the phone. So in June of 2020, we received a complaint from Humana. They said they had 16 patients who received high pressure phone calls, did not request prescriptions, did not know the prescriber, or did not receive the medication that had been billed to insurance. Of 21 of those prescribers, only 4 confirmed writing the prescriptions. 2 denied writing them, 5 did not respond to letters from Humana, and 10 prescribers were unable to be located. Then, on June the 29th of 2020, that same senior living center in Colorado contacted us again. They intercepted more prescriptions for a different patient. The facility staff reached the prescriber, who stated that she had recently terminated her employment with MedPlus because MedPlus was doing weird things like taking people out of her list even though she had follow-up to do. So the physician had terminated their contract. Potential harm to patient, failure to counsel. Most patients denied any kind of communication with the pharmacy. They had excessive doses and duration of therapy of clobetasol. Clobetasol is a high potency steroid, and the maximum dose is 50 grams a week for 2 weeks. Most patients received the same dose and quantity. All the directions were the same, all the quantities, 12 grams per day. They would receive 360 grams at a time, and it was refilled on a monthly basis. Over a 5-month period, I'm just going to go with the last part, so we can all this to you, but 11 patients received over 1,800 grams, which averaged 100 grams per week. Lidocaine, again, is not indicated for extended use. It was typically, the dose was 9 grams per day. Most patients received 300 to 360 grams with multiple refills. This is a little postcard that was included, and that middle column says lidocaine ointment is generally prescribed with monthly refills, which it is not. And it is important that you're using it as directed by your physician to ensure you're getting the expected benefits. So there was duplicate therapy. And 27 patients were receiving 4 or more different topical products in large quantities. 1 patient received omeprazole sodium bicarb from White River Pharmacy, but she was already taking Nexium from her primary care physician. The doses weren't individualized for specific patients. Failure to perform a DUR, failure to supervise technicians, failure to verify prescriptions. While we were there on April 15th of 2020, we observed several small baskets that only contained the labeled medication, a receipt, and an invoice. I observed Amy Benzer approved those prescriptions for shipping based only on the information that was contained within that basket. So she didn't refer to a prescription, a scanned prescription, and the pharmacy technicians are the one who entered the data, so she would not have seen that original prescription. So she did not verify the prescriptions as properly. This is a patient that said, did you receive medication from White River Pharmacy? Yes, but not at my request. I don't remember. Somebody called me, asked me if I had low back pain, that's all. Have you had any contact with the prescriber? No, not at all. I never heard of them. My doctor is in West Memphis. Did you ask for refills? No, I didn't ask for the first. And I said, is there anything else you feel like we should know? Yes, they sent me some medication for acid reflux. I'm already taking a generic for Nexium. These are, that patient was CN, and these are the medications that were billed to her insurance. The Desonide was reversed. This is a picture of what was in the baskets prior to the pharmacist approving them or verifying, and then as you can see, there's the drug, and there's patient education information and an invoice, but the prescription itself is not on there. These are pictures that were given to us by Ms. Schweitzer of the pharmacist. There was a sofa in the back of the pharmacy. So she's laying in us 2 different days with 2 different socks on. Some of our observations from 4/15 of 20, there was a disproportionate amount of topical products compared to oral medications. I'm listing them out there. Here's some pictures. Those boxes on the bottom are boxes of lidocaine ointment jars. That's lidocaine, provocaine. It's on the counter. There's the sofa and the blankets that we saw in the previous pictures. And in closing, so we sent them an order of notice hearing on October the 30th of 2020. The pharmacy closed on January the 31st. The original hearing was scheduled for 2/10 of 21. It was rescheduled for April 28th of 21, and then rescheduled again for August the 9th of 21. That is.
Okay, I've got a few questions. Dr. Fain, how many hours did you put in on this case?
So I tried to calculate that up. Made at least 7 trips to the pharmacy. Taking the spreadsheets and entering them to the database was a good solid week of nonstop database entry. And then the prep work, I would say I put in no less than 250 hours on this case. And that's really underestimating it.
Okay, and how many prescriptions are we talking about that were not a patient prescriber relationship or illegal transferred, or, I mean, what are we, I mean, what's the number we're talking about?
Is that 4? Hang on a second. That was on my PowerPoint. $4,700. So 4,700.
4,700, okay. And let's see. That's all I have for Dr. Fain. Thank you.
Any questions from any board members for this witness?
Yes, sir.
That's 4,731 total prescriptions. Dr. Fain?
No, that was the number of none. That was just the number of numbers that were utilized during that time frame. That didn't include that didn't include refills. So give me just a second to share a different document with you. Right.
So it was 4,700 original prescriptions plus whatever refills were done.
That's correct. So let me share this document real quick. Why not see? There we go. Can you all see that? There we go. So this is the database that I put into a spreadsheet. And in the 4 months, there were 4,982 prescriptions filled.
That's plus refills, plus.
This would be originals plus refills. So most of the prescriptions. So if you look over here on the left-hand side, it's 4,982 rows. So that means that just including the header, just for that 4.5 months, there would have been 4,981 prescriptions filled.
And then that was from December of 19, April 20, I think, is what you said.
Correct.
How long did it over prior?
They appeared to start filling prescriptions in earnest in June of 2019.
So how many are we talking? Do you know, and you might not have a count on this, about how many? I mean, was there anything that you saw that showed a legitimate patient prescriber?
Not that I could see.
So most of these came in through the fax system there. They just came through, and that was how the pharmacy got them.
Yes.
And I know Ms. Pfizer can answer more about this, and we'll get into that in a minute, but just, I mean, to your knowledge, they all came in out of a printer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions for Dr. Fang?
I have one. And I apologize if you said this, how do we become aware of this? So I know you said you tried to do a follow-up, so it was a little bit sketchy.
It was sketchy, I was already suspicious because of the fact that where it was located, the fact that it was visible from the road. They had licenses in multiple states. Their stock was not traditional, and so, but then we weren't able to put all the pieces together until we were contacted by Ms. Spitzer. And then she helped us put everything else together, and we were able to tie it up. So we also then started receiving multiple complaints from insurance companies and patients as well.
So this wasn't like a closed door set up. They were appearing as a open door pharmacy, and I was just a very small section.
Their allegations that they were retail, and I asked Dr. Bitzer, the pharmacist, if it was, she said that they were open to the public, and that they were also doing mail order.
They shouldn't have been making refrigerated.
It's a little confusing because Dr. Bitzer's name is in Courtney Bitzer, it rhymes, but they're not related in any way.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Fang? All right, Mr. Daniel, go ahead and call your next.
Thank you. I'll call Courtney Fitzer, and I've said your name about 5 different ways, so I'm not sure which is correct. How do you pronounce your last name?
I have 2 last names, but you can use the last one. It's Fitzer.
Fitzer, okay. And just for the court reporter, will you spell the name just so she can have it correct on the record?
Yes. So the last name is spelled P-F-I-T-Z-E-R.
Okay, and you spell Courtney, C-O-U-R-T-N-E.
Yes.
And you were a technician at White River Pharmacy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Fitzer, you gotta speak up a lot louder than that, for the board members that are here in person to hear you, okay?
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, Ms. Van.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. So when did you work at White River Pharmacy?
So I began working there in July of 2019. And then I officially quit in April of 2020.
Okay. And you worked there with who is now your husband?
Yes, my husband, Marcos. He was the other technician.
Okay. So it was the two of you and Tammy Bitzer.
Yes.
Okay. And so what was the process? Like, how did the prescriptions come in? I guess just kind of walk us through like how you received them and kind of what was the process of filling them and dispensing them.
So we would come in each day and the pharmacist, Tammy, had printed off the prescriptions that came through on an e-fax through her email. And she was the only one that had authorization or access to those prescriptions. She would print those off for us and give them to myself and the other technician. And we would input them for the day. And typically one of us would input new prescriptions and the other one would work on refills so we could stay caught up from there. And then once we got everything inputted, we would print the labels kind of in batch after everything had been inputted and recorded into our sales sheet. And then from there, we would take that batch of new prescriptions and refills and attempt to refill them at once.
Okay. And let's talk about the refills. What was the policy there on refills?
So the policy on refills was to take our sales sheet. It was a Google Doc sheet that was shared between several people within the pharmacy and outside. We would take the Google Doc sheet and go back on the date 21 to 23 days, and then just highlight and fill everything that was on that list.
So regardless of if a request came in, you were just told to go back and fill them, just fill all of the refills regardless.
Yes, we were told to refill anything that had previously gone through insurance.
Okay. And where was the pharmacy management? Where was it located out of?
So our manager and any other ownership was located in Florida.
Okay. And so they were the ones so they would call and say, this needs to be done. This is how you do this. This is how you do refills, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about were y'all required to make so many sales a day? I mean, money wise?
Yes. So we had a goal of net sales of $20,000 per day.
Per day?
Yes.
Okay. And who is, I guess it was Luis Lacerdo. Does that name sound familiar? Who is he?
Yes. Luis acted as a manager, I believe was his acting title. And he would call Tammy daily just to see how the pharmacy was running and make sure the sales were being met.
Okay. And he was out of the Florida office as far as you know?
Yes. And
the owner, Talio Solari, however you say it, he was also out of Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And so what about copays? Was there an issue with copays? Did y'all waive them or what was that?
Yes. So we were told that we had a program in place to waive copays, and it was based off of financial need. So we had the option of offering that financial need form to the patients that had copays so they could get those copays waived, as well as we were told under a certain amount, we could just waive the copays ourselves as well.
Okay. And who did the ordering? Like, where did the prescription ordering come in?
So I would get a list together based off of what we filled that day and were projected to fill for the next day, and place an order by texting it to Alan Nee, who was a pharmacist out of the Florida office.
Okay, so y'all didn't actually place the orders from there for what you needed. They had to go, you had to let Florida know, then they placed them?
Yes.
Okay. And so Let's talk about complaints. Did you receive complaints from patients during your time there?
Yes,
And what was, I mean, a few a day, a few a week? How did those come through?
I received at least one a day, typically more.
Okay, and what were they complaints about?
Complaints of, I have never spoken to this doctor. I don't know what this medication is or what it's for, or how did you get my information?
Okay, so that was common. I mean, y'all got those on a daily basis.
Yes.
Did you ever talk to prescribers? What was the policy there? Like if you had a question and you needed to talk or you wanted to call a prescriber, what were you told?
I was told that I would have no direct contact with a prescriber.
So if you had a question, did Tammy make any calls to prescribers?
She attempted to call prescribers, but from my knowledge, I do not believe she ever got a hold of one.
Okay, and there was an issue. Let's talk about Dr. Silva. Does that name ring a bell? Or De Silva, I'm sorry.
De Silva, yes.
So I guess y'all tried to contact him at some point, and what happened from there?
Yes, I tried to contact Dr. De Silva about a prior authorization on a pain cream, and I called the number listed on the prescription under his name, and that hospital said that he hadn't worked there in several years.
Okay, and did you try to call management and let them know that?
I did, and then I also told Tammy, who let Luis know. And then from there, we were told that we would have no direct contact with prescribers.
Yeah. And let's talk about insurance contracts. Y'all lost some of those while you were there also, or the pharmacy did?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those about?
I received several audits, some large ones, mostly from Humana, as Ms. Fain had shown, but basically we couldn't fill the audit correctly and could not provide the evidence that they needed. So they canceled our contract with Humana and a couple of other smaller insurance companies that we just occasionally filled with.
Okay, so what would happen after that? So if you had patients that came in and certain insurance was not allowed or would not take the claims, what did you do? Were they run through several insurance companies or what happened?
So we would see if that person had any other insurance that we could run. And if they did not have any other insurance besides the contract that had been canceled, we would typically just put their prescription aside to be shredded later.
Okay, so these patients were prescriptions were coming in, and if they didn't have insurance, the pharmacy, you were just told to throw the prescription away.
Yes.
Was the patient notified?
No.
And so let's talk about returns. There were sometimes, I guess, what happened when you would get a return back?
So when we received the package return from the patient, we would open the package and shred any patient information inside, as well as try to remove the label off of the box or bottle of medication to make it look presentable. And if it had not been opened or unsealed, we were told to use that medication again.
Okay, so it'd be like a little box of cream with a label on it. Y'all take the label off and then just put it in a box to reuse.
Yes.
And y'all were told to do that by management.
Yes.
Okay. So there were some prescriptions from Coral Springs. What do you know about that?
So Coral Springs was the location that our office was also located, and they had a pharmacy there that was operating similar to us, from what I understand. And they lost a contract from, I believe it was Humana also, and we got the prescriptions from that lost contract to fill.
Okay. And so you would get them the same way. And would you send them out or would you send them to that Coral Springs pharmacy?
No, we just mailed them, just billed them and mailed them from the White River location.
Okay. And so who was calling? Was anybody from the pharmacy calling and talking to the patients about, when they were, counseling them? Was any of that done from the pharmacy?
occasionally, but it wasn't by the anyone in the pharmacy's first contact. It was only when the patients called the pharmacy to ask questions about the medication.
Okay, so there was nobody from the pharmacy calling to say, hey, we're sending you this is what you need to do with it, et cetera, et cetera.
Maybe a handful of times if we had concern that the copay was high. So we wanted to ask the patient, but typically that a high copay would mean there was $40, $50 copay.
Okay, and I believe there was one time that a patient called and she had received somebody else's medication, and you were told just to tell her to keep it and use it so you wouldn't have to reverse it.
Yes, that was actually a patient that Tammy had spoken to herself, and she had told the patient to go ahead and keep the medication and she could use it if she so choose.
And so let's talk about, I guess there were pre-signed prescription blanks, like they would have a doctor's signature already on them without a patient's name or all that information. Did you see those?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how were those utilized?
We received those in a stack of incoming prescriptions for the day, and I had set them aside because there was no patient information on them. And I believe I received probably 4 or 5 total before anything was ever said.
Okay, and what was said about them?
That was a mistake on the company's part. I wasn't told which company, just a company's part, and they would get the issue resolved.
Okay, and most of the prescription that came in, was it just a handful of doctors?
Yeah, there was typically 1 or 2 doctors per state that we were licensed
Okay,
or
so
sending medications
okay, I'm with you. So like, Alabama, for instance, all the prescriptions would come through and they would all be signed by 1 or 2 doctors.
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about, there was times in, Dr. Fain showed a picture earlier that was just stacks and stacks of prescriptions. So would y'all get behind at times?
Yes. So typically we could be anywhere from about 3 to 18 days behind, and that would be either due to the bulk amount that we had to do in a day, or because we could not receive the medication we were trying to send out.
Okay. And so did you get a lot of returns, patient returning the medication?
Yes, or attempts to return.
I'm sorry.
Or the patient attempting to return.
And so what were their reasons be for returning it?
That they did not ask for this medication, or they did not know what the medication was for, or they did not know who the doctor prescribing it was.
And there was an issue about test claims, like where several claims would be run and then some of them will be backed out. What was going on with that?
Yes, so as mentioned on the prescriptions prior, there was several medications under a diagnoses box, and we were told to run each of those medications and bill the one that paid the most.
I have nothing further for Ms. Fitzer. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Any board member questions for Ms. Fitzer? Let's do Dr. Mack.
So Courtney, what made you actually leave? You stayed about 6 months, but what made you leave?
After the board had come to the facility, the pharmacy, I just realized that this was not something I wanted to be a part of anymore. But I definitely wanted to be able to help you guys out in the investigation, because having worked in a pharmacy previous that was doing the right thing, I knew that White River was not billing and operating correctly.
And you kind of led into what my question is, but I was going to ask, where have you worked before?
Oh, I worked at MediSave Pharmacy in Fort Smith. They had 3 locations under Dr. Keith Larkin.
And how did you go about finding this job?
I actually found it on, I believe it was LinkedIn. And one of the main kind of headlines was that they were offering up to $18 an hour for a starting technician.
Thank you.
Any other board questions for Ms. Spitzer? All right, Mr. Daniel, call your next witness.
The state has nothing further. Ms. Fitzer, you are free to go. You're welcome to stay and watch the rest of it, or you are free to go, but thank you for being here today. And Mr. Harris, I have no further witnesses, just a short closing.
Very good, go ahead.
This is obvious. I mean, this was investigated from the start. You've heard testimony today from Dr. Fain and from Courtney Fitzer. I don't know how, I mean, it's obvious this was this was healthcare fraud. There was no issue. I mean, there was no patient relationship with the prescriber here. I mean, they even tried to contact some of the doctors and they hadn't worked wherever they said they, worked in 3 years and were literally told not to contact them. Like I said, what we're asking here today is, the matter of Tammy Bitzer is resolved, and that's not in front of the board today. What is in front of the board today is, even though White River Pharmacy is closed, this license number, this was an active license when all of this was being done. They literally said, well, we're closed now, so it's over and we're just going to move on. Well, they're just wanting to say, well, we were committed fraud until we got caught. And now since we're caught, we're just going to close and bye. The owner, Talio Solari, is listed as the owner from that date of change in 2019. He is responsible. That was his pharmacy. They were getting all of these orders, and all of everything that they were told to do was coming out of Florida. They were not making choices in that pharmacy. Everything that they were being told, everything that they did was ordered from the management. He is responsible for the actions of that pharmacy during this time. You can't just close up and say, well, we're closed, see you later. And if you heard Dr. Fain say she put in about 250 hours. At a low end of $75 an hour, that's investigative. She was $18,750 was what she put into this on the very low end. You also had Dr. McCrady, you also had Dr. Kirtley, you had others who did work on this. So you're looking at, the low end of that investigative cost, which has been stated today, is $18,750. We're asking that be recouped. We're also asking for some type of fine as disciplinary action against the license itself and Talio Solari as the owner. He is responsible for his pharmacy. So whatever, there was, give or take, right around, she said on the low end, 4,700 prescriptions, and that was just in a few month period. So you can imagine what went through this and the time frame that it was open. And these prescriptions weren't valid. We are also asking to make an order that this owner, Talio Solari, ITALOSOLARI, not be allowed to have any ownership in any facility that is licensed with the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. So like I said, we're asking to recoup those investigative costs of $18,750, some type of disciplinary fine, whatever the board sees fit, and that the owner, Mr. Solari, not be allowed to have any ownership in any facility that is licensed by the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Thank you.
All right, having done that, let's go off the record. I'll declare the record complete and closed. We'll go off the record for deliberations to come back on for our motions.
Right. Okay, who wants to go first? Dr. Matt.
So I would agree with Luke, 18,750, and then the no ownership. Where to come up with a fine? I guess technically we have the right to do $1,000 per 4,700 that we know of, and it was really more than that. Or we could make it a lump sum and it didn't have to depend on those 4,700, but I think, I mean, we need to have a very large fund for that piece of it. So 18,750 plus another. That's the hard part.
Allison?
Dr. Jolly, what do you have a thought?
I was just going to point out, if I'm running the numbers correctly, as far as what was reported as the total amount received in payment from insurance companies minus their costs, they have a gross profit of $1 million approximately in this time frame. Gross profit of $1 million minus whatever they had to pay their staff, which probably didn't take so there was a large profit made in this 5-month period on those 4,951 payments, 4,981. So, you know, as far as the fine goes, I would just say it needs to be meaningful in terms of dollar amount. I can propose something, or we can talk about it, whatever you want to do.
Well, I mean, I was kind of in favor of look at them, but I did math, and that's like 4.9 million dollars, so probably not that. Yeah. I'd be interested in what the other board members have to say. Ms. Ford, be quiet today.
So I agree with everything that's been said so far and do agree that there needs to be a penalty. I'm comfortable with doing a flat rate or doing a per offense amount. I think it needs to be probably equal to that of the administrative fees, kind of thinking along those lines. So maybe 20 or so, but open to conversation.
We even think that they will pay this.
I don't know if they'll pay it, but it'll be out there and it'll be on the record.
On the record, yeah.
It'll be on the in the database.
Okay, so if it's a substantial amount, that's going to get other people's attention of how serious this was, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So if you look at $100 per violation of 4,700 prescriptions, that's substantial.
Yes, it is. But I don't have any problem charging that amount.
Okay.
Because this was all deliberate. It was set up to be fraud.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And it's not only happening in Arkansas, but it's all over the country, and something's got to stop them. Or we got to garner enough attention so that other states should start taking note of it and see if we can shut this down. Of course, a lot of times they will shut it down one place and crop up another. It's just hard to get rid of this fraud business that's going on now.
That's a great point about making sure that the other states they're practicing in are aware of what's happened here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where the database will come in. It'll be set out there so others can see it.
So that figure of 100 per claim and the 18,000, I mean, it comes to right at $488,750.
Not unreasonable, considering the gravity of what they did, and we're probably only seeing a small piece of it.
Yeah. What do we think the profit was? I think Dr. Jolly was saying that, but I couldn't quite catch that.
Well, just based on, they billed out 5.7 million, I think they received 1.3 million. And they had about 300,000 in drug costs, so they had about $1 million in gross profit. Of course, you have to take out the light bill, what they pay their employees to come up with their net profit, but they probably retained a large percentage of that 1 million as profit. So I was going to propose a final 250,000. We can go higher, based on those numbers if we want, but I was thinking 250, and then would that be on both the owner and the license, White River and the owner, or we want to split that between the two of them? 125,000 apiece. Go higher, so 250 apiece.
I mean, that's like $53 of error, just of the ones we know, $53 per incident of the 4,700 that we know about. Or I think it's 49.81 actually. Maybe 250 each.
That sounds better.
I like the idea of having part of the number that we come up with being based on the number of prescriptions. Because we could fine, like it's within our legal rights to find $1,000 per prescription. So that, but that's not what we're doing. So even though the number may look egregious, it's a fraction of what it is.
So I'm not sure I caught that. Do you not want to do a per prescription? You want to do just a flat rate, or what did you say?
No, I like it being per prescription.
Per prescription?
If we wanted to go 250, we could just say we were doing $50.49 per prescription. So back it up with per prescription.
I would propose, and I think what their numbers they're talking about are closer to $100 per prescription, and then add the $1,850 to get a total number, and then I would split that in half. Say half of that to the pharmacy and half of that to the owner. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah,
Oh, it's all the
it's
same.
just per member. It's the same
Per
thing,
member.
basically.
So they're one and the same.
Yeah, it's not like it's a pharmacist,
So he would get the whole amount, but still we could split it between the pharmacy and him if you wanted, just for. Do we think it was 49.81 prescriptions that we know about?
That's what I that's what I had written down.
Okay, so times 100, 498,100 plus 18,750, 516,850. So we're shooting around the same number.
Yeah, we are. Well, what you did per prescription, you can say how you arrived at that figure. Because I'm sure it's going to be some kickback that they don't want to pay this, and at least we'll have that all down concrete. So that, to me, that makes perfectly good sense.
What do y'all think about the request from board staff to prohibit Mr. Solari from being even a part owner in any licensed facility?
I agree. He shouldn't own anything in this state.
I'm curious, and not enough to go back on the record and ask, but I'm just curious how that is policed in practice. How, you know what I mean? You can't ask on an application, does this person have any ownership?
Well,
Yeah.
I asked, but I wonder if we investigate ownership as part
They
of that.
do.
A pharmacy has to list their ownership down to individuals when they apply. Any facility does, so we would see his name pop up. Well, they're required to list it down to the actual person. So whether it goes through 5 or 6 facilities, it has to stop somewhere with either people or with it being on the stock market.
Anything else? Are we ready to make a motion? Who would like to make the motion? Dr. Jolly will, okay. I think we're ready to go.
All right, audience, go back on the record. We're back on the record and turn the proceedings over to Madam President.
All right, I would like to entertain a motion in the matter of Right River Pharmacy and Italo.
Make a motion. So in the matter of Robert Pharmacy LLC, Arkansas permit AR 20870, case number 2020-108. Make a motion that we recover estimated investigational costs of $8,750. We impose a disciplinary fine of $1,000 for prescription times 4,981 prescriptions filled during the time period that Dr. Fane pulled data. That we also not allow the owner, Italo Solari, to be an owner of any facility licensed by the state board.
And just to correct, you said $1,000 per prescription in your motion. I believe it was 100,000 would be like almost $5 million.
Yeah.
I was maximum $100 per prescription.
Okay. And I show that to be $498,100.
Right.
Plus the 18,750.
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Go ahead, Debbie.
Second by Dr. Matt. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Let the record reflect the decision is unanimous. It's going to be reduced to writing and service will be made or attempted on all parties. If the respondent wants to appeal the decision, that can be taken from the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. And if there's no other questions or comments, the hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Thank you. And that's all we have today. Mr. Harris, good to see you as always. Glad to have you with us. Ms. Parker, glad to have you with us here today. We do have stuff set tomorrow, 9 a.m. Have 3 things set tomorrow. 2 of them shouldn't take very long, and 1 may be several hours. So that being said, we can just whenever we start that and break for lunch and just come back to it because it may go into the afternoon depending on what all is introduced. So that's all, unless Dr. Kirtley or Dr. McCrady have anything else or board members have anything else. That's all that I see. Dr. Mack with a hand up.
I think we're good. I think you let the board members know tomorrow we expect that it may last through lunch. So if you guys start thinking ahead, do you want to actually pick a break spot and stop and eat, or do you want to just push through? We'll know kind of how far along we are when we get there.
Dr. Mack, you had something?
You said, so start at 9 and then how do I dispose of this book?
There is
I was
nothing
going to
in
ask the
there.
same thing.
It has all been redacted. There is nothing in there that needs to be spreaded or needs to be, so just put it in your trash can and that'll be good. Like I said, everything that needs to be redacted has been, so there's no worry about medical information or anything else like that getting out. So you're just free to throw it away.
Okay.
I mean, everything in that book has been made a public record today, so there's no issue.
Okay. I was just.
And I will send out in the morning, I'll send out the books for tomorrow. They're probably all small enough. Ms. Ford shouldn't have any issues emailing them, so I know. And good for y'all for having such a great firewall that rejects everything I send to you. So, but I guess that's good for a hospital. But like I said, I'll send those out in the morning, and so those will be made available. And like I said, everything tomorrow is set for 9. So 2 quick ones, and then the one that may take a while, like I said, depending on what all's introduced.
That's all we got.
Thank you, everybody. Again, Mr. Harris and Ms. Parker, thank y'all so much for being with us today and tomorrow.
Hope you feel better, Lou.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kudos to our court reporter, they got the toughest job in the whole.
Oh, my God.